All right. Good morning. My name is Kenyon McDuffie, at-large council member and chair of the council's Committee on Business and Economic Development. Today is Wednesday, February 8th, 2023, and we're convening this public hearing virtually via Zoom. The time is 9:37 a.m., and I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing of the committee. Today marks the committee's first performance oversight hearing, and we're hearing from two agencies today: the Department of Insurance, Securities and Banking, and the Department of Small and Local Business Development. We will begin with opening statements by any council members who joins the hearing this morning, before moving on to public witness testimony and questions for the first agency, followed by the government witnesses for the corresponding agency. As a reminder, all public witnesses will have 3 minutes to provide testimony. Witnesses may also provide written testimony to the committee via email. I'd also like to remind everyone that all participants should please mute their microphones when they are not speaking. We're going to begin with the Department of Insurance, Securities and Banking, or Disb for short. Disb regulates financial service businesses in the district by administering DC's insurance, securities, and banking laws, rules, and regulations. Disb's primary goal is to ensure residents of the District of Columbia have access to a wide choice of insurance, securities, and banking products and services, and that they are treated fairly by the companies and individuals that provide these services. Disb also aims to provide a positive business climate that encourages fair and open competition and to increase the number of financial service firms conducting business in the district. In addition, as part of its mission, Disb strives to ensure that all relevant consumer protection laws are strictly enforced. That I'm going to move to, we're going to call up our first panel. I think we're going to bring all the public witnesses for this agency on and hear them one at a time. Again, each witness is going to have 3 minutes to provide oral testimony. And I do not see any council members on just yet, so we're going to call up our first public witnesses. The first person who appears on the agenda that we published is Felicia Danzler, who is president of AFSCME Local 2743. And good morning to you, President Danzler. You can begin your testimony. It's good to see you.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie. It's nice to see you as well. Good morning, committee members. My name is Felicia Danzler. I am the president of AFSCME Local 2743, where I represent approximately 60 members at the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking. Labor's relationship with Commissioner Woods and her staff was an ongoing dialogue of improving the working conditions for our members. Labor filed one grievance against the agency, to which Labor believes both sides will be able to obtain a resolution for our member. This past evaluation period, many of my members shared that they qualify for a QSI increase. However, they are still waiting for the agency to respond to said request. Behind each of those members are families who are counting on their loved one to keep the lights on, food on the table, and tuitions paid. The committee has Vice President Arthur Slade's written statement. He was unable to be here today. However, I will include some of his statement in my presentation. Mr. Slade states over the past years, he has provided oversight testimony outlining the concerns of the union members. In fiscal year 22, Disb experienced the attrition of 11 union FTEs. A listing of the personnel positions impacted has been included in the addendum to his testimony. Ultimately, these FTE departures resulted in a higher workload on Local 2743's union members housed within Disb. Several union members within Disb have documented their increased productivity and are requesting QSIs. The QSIs and performance allowances are monetary compensations above and beyond the step increases negotiated during the last CBA between AFSCME and the city. It is our understanding that Disb managers have directly provided the QSIs to the commissioner, and they are still waiting an answer. Mr. Slade's written testimony is being presented in memoriam of ASME local union member Sylvia Diane Matthews, who was who departed on December 4th of 2021. And that's the end of Mr. Slade's testimony. Surely there will be times when labor and management do not see eye to eye, but it is highly important that each side is respectful and listens with a true intent to make change. It is important to have a good leader, one who analyzes, shares, and acts on information. Commissioner Woods deals with a diverse group of my members who bring many different perspectives to which she welcomes. Commissioner Woods believes in empowering employees by encouraging all to better themselves through training, even if that training takes them out of their comfort zone. Labor finds Commissioner Woods to be a good listener, decisive, and trustworthy. Great character traits of a leader. And thank you for your time.
And I appreciate your testimony as always. I noticed that I cut you a little short. So if you have written testimony, you want to make sure that we include in the record, then you should, if you haven't already, please email it to us. I'm going to move next to our second witness, Fred Gamble Jr. Good morning to you. You can begin your 3 minutes.
Good morning, Councilman McDuffie. This is my third year in a row requesting your assistance to provide oversight of Disb, its Deputy Commissioner Sharon Shipp, and Director of Compliance Philip Edmonds. Their negligence and failure to conduct a knowledgeable investigation of my complaint against the predatory lending practices of my mortgage lender, City Lending, is why I'm here today. City Lending is attempting to foreclose again. They state that I owe $655,000 on my FHA construction loan. I had an appraisal conducted in 2022 and the value of my home is $325,000. Deputy Commissioner Shipp and Mr. Philip Edmonds, how is that possible? How is this my fault? How do I owe approximately $330,000 more than the value of my home? I bought my home in July 28 using a FHA 203 construction loan. This loan combines the purchase price and construction costs with both parts governed by HUD and its guidelines. The issue is clear. No professional at Disb is competent in the guidelines of this type of FHA loan. No dutiful research has been completed. This includes Sharon Shipp, Philip Edmonds, and Shahida Williams. My FHA construction loan had a total balance of approximately $540,000, of which $240,000 was included for construction costs when it closed in July 2018. I moved in 3 years later in October 2021. Does that sound right to anyone? Sharon Shipp and Philip Edmonds told me I'm at fault for my circumstances. Shahida Williams told me to stop kicking up dust. Ms. Shipp approved City Lending's filing a foreclosure in April 2020 during the mayor's moratorium on foreclosures. My mortgage payments were current through March 2020. Ms. Shipp told me that City Lending was justified because I failed to get refinancing. How do I refinance a mortgage loan with a balance greater than a property value? Why did Ms. Williams tell me that it was my fault that I could not refinance when HUD guidelines clearly state that it was impossible until all construction had been closed out? Why do I know this and Disb does not? In December 2021, DCRA investigated and supported my claims in their report provided to the lender and Disb. The Office of Attorney General started their investigation into my case in March 2022 after Disb suspended their investigation 2 days after my testimony. The OAG's investigator and the home inspector toured my home in October of 2022 and received firsthand knowledge which substantiated all which was provided by the home inspection report. The OAG investigator and home inspector expressed their disbelief of Disb having full knowledge of the dangerous conditions of my home. Why is it that I had to seek help from other DC agencies and Disb is not working in tandem with them? Why did Disb stop my investigation? My 119-page home inspection was provided to Disb and the lender in August 2021, and both entities ignored the report. In fact, no one from Disb even cared to open the home inspection, according to the Reed report. City Lending violated HUD guidelines by never closing the construction phase. Mr. McDuffie, you asked no questions of me nor of Commissioner Woods about my issues at the hearing last year. 2 days later, Disb canceled their enforcement division's investigation of my complaint. This is one of the reasons I'm here again today, and I petitioned for you.
The time has expired.
All right.
If you could, I'm going to move to the third witness who signed up to testify to provide, Mr. Joseph Lightman Santa Cruz, with 3 minutes to provide oral testimony. Good morning to you. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson and members of the committee. My first name is Joseph. My last name is Lightman Santa Cruz. I have the pleasure and honor of being the CEO and Executive Director of the DC-based nonprofit Capital Area Asset Builders, better known as CAB. Today, it's my honor to provide testimony before the committee regarding the partnerships CAB has had with the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking, especially the impact of the DC Opportunity Accounts program last year. Since its creation in FY20, the DC Opportunity Accounts program has been providing DC residents the opportunity to save, receive a match, and begin the journey to achieve long-term prosperity. Each Washingtonian participating in the Disb funded and supported program is incentivized to save up to $1,500, and then through CAB, thanks to the support from Disb, they can receive up to $6,000. This is a tax-free grant provided to Washingtonians. The combined $7,500 can then be used to invest in the well-being of their family and create wealth, especially within low to moderate income Black and brown Washingtonians, by buying a home, launching a small business, paying for their college, and other major key asset building goals. Mr. Chairperson, I'm extremely proud and excited to share with you that thanks to this program, the DC Opportunity Accounts program, in just little over 3 years, more than 600 DC residents have opened accounts. As of the end of 2022, more than $730,000 were saved by DC residents and received a match of $2.6 million. So far, this program has contributed over $2.7 million to the DC economy and has enabled and empowered over 270 residents to launch a business, buy a home, or make major improvements to their financial well-being. To the best of our knowledge, this is the only type of its program in any major city throughout the United States. And that is why we applaud the support that Mayor Bassett provides, and we celebrate and thank the leadership that Commissioner Woods has provided on this key initiative and other financial empowerment initiatives that Disb creates for the benefit of Washingtonians. Mr. Chairperson and members of the committee, the DC Opportunity Accounts program is a direct investment in providing wealth to low to moderate income Washingtonians, especially our Black and brown brothers and sisters and siblings, so that they too can be achieving their God-given potential. We celebrate and applaud the partnerships with Disb and look forward to continuing to provide more opportunities to all Washingtonians. Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, for the opportunity to provide testimony today.
Thank you for your testimony this morning. We're going to move on to our next public witness, Michael Syndrome, who is joining us by phone. So we'll have audio only for Mrs. Syndrome. Good morning to you, Mr. Syndrome. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Make sure that clock is correct. I always get slighted, not good. In your words, you're vindicated. I need to be vindicated. Disabled veterans served our country more than most. Michael Syndrome. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Syndrome.
All right. I can't see you, but you sound well. So Disb is a nightmare. It's gone from bad to worse. Karima Woods, who is commissioner, before she was confirmed by you all, was very responsive. Would phone and give me an update on issues. Now she's nowhere to be found. And as you are aware, Disb is the financial watchdog for the district. And that's why when we have weak leadership, as in Woods, carpetbaggers are attracted here, sad but true. The general counsel, Jocelyn Brambo, is a piece of work. And instead of doing her job, she enables or appoints Keenan McBride, a paralegal, nothing short of unauthorized practice of law. I forwarded to you, hopefully you have it in front of you, courtesy of Kelly and your other staffers, documents that in cases of mine that remain pending and acted upon. I wrote to Commissioner Woods back on June 5th of 2020. All right, today's date is February the 8th of 2023. I still have not heard a word. And it's referencing Disb versus Antonio Almenero et al., number SBNI 0813. There is a final order which is against a shell company, and I'm facing foreclosure. It's cold outside, and being homeless ain't no joke. It's been said that the Council of Districts of washing cash, I can't tell, where I have to be on the precipice of homelessness, another veteran, disabled veteran, to meander the streets aimlessly in the district. That ought not be, and I think that should be of concern to you. So again, I have requested documents to be presented to you that was forwarded to your office previously. And so Kelly and a couple of your staffers there, I believe one of them is on maternity leave. The other was to make certain that it was in front of you. If you could tell me if you have that, that would be helpful, because I have gone to great pains to articulate with specificity my concerns. Disb made a response on January the 10th of 2023. I then made a rebuttal on January 16th of 2023, and I've yet to hear back on any update. It's out of control, and folks know that when there's weak oversight, when
Mr.
there's
Syndrome,
weak,
I'm not sure if you can hear the alert, but your time has expired. We're gonna move to our next.
my clock,
I
but
want to thank you. I'm
yeah, I
sorry.
want to ask you, get the documents I asked, Mr. Chair?
I want to thank you for your testimony this morning.
But you're not answering my question. Did you?
You're not afforded the opportunity to actually ask questions. You can provide testimony and ask questions in your testimony. But at this stage of the hearing, we're giving everyone 3 minutes to provide oral testimony. And so I'm going to move to our next witness. I'm going to make a call. I don't think that Robert Vincent Branham is present. We don't see Eric Weaver either.
Eric Weaver's here.
Oh, excellent. Mr. Weaver, good morning to you. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Councilmember McDuffie and members of the committee. My name's Eric Weaver, and I serve as a senior advisor to City First Enterprises CEO Oswaldo Acosta, who was unable to present today but sends his best regards. CFE, or City First Enterprises, or CFE, is a community development financial institution, or a CDFI, a designation granted by the U.S. Treasury Department to financial institutions whose primary purpose is expanding economic opportunity in low-income communities. Our small business work, which is the focus of this hearing, consists of offering responsible and affordable capital to local entrepreneurs who lack access to debt markets through mainstream financial institutions. We offer capital for launching or expanding businesses, and we also provide loans for real estate acquisition, inventory, equipment, working capital, and other purposes. Currently, we work closely and effectively with the staff at Disb, utilizing 2 loan programs that are part of the District of Columbia's Business Capital Program, or DC BizCap. DC BizCap programs help private lenders say yes to borrowers that might not otherwise qualify by sharing a portion of the lending risk with the lender. We've originated 8 loans over the last 2 years with support from DC BizCap. 3 of these loans help Black business owners in DC acquire commercial property through the Innovation Finance Program, under which Disb provides a low-interest subordinate loan and a private lender like City First makes the senior loan. 5 of the 8 loans were made with the support of DC BizCap's Collateral Support Program. Under this program, Disb provides funds to cover a small business owner's collateral shortfall, which are then available to cover losses on the loan in the event of default. We typically use this program for smaller loans, and the 5 loans over the past 2 years, all to minority-owned or nonprofit businesses, totaled $630,000. All of the loans are currently being paid on time. Loans were made to businesses located in wards 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 8, and businesses funded included a child development center, a retailer specializing in exotic spice blends, a landscape design firm, and a cybersecurity company. Disb has also been very helpful to City First by helping us to spread the word about our capital solutions to DC business owners through webinars and in-person events. Along with other factors, capital availability is a vital ingredient in creating a healthy small business environment. Disb helps us to meet our mission in a variety of ways, and we are lucky to have the department as an ally and a partner. I thank you very much for the opportunity to present.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. I'm going to turn next to William Jordan. Good morning to you. You will have 3 minutes. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning. My name is William Jordan, a 35-year resident of the Columbia Heights neighborhood in Ward 1. and a member of the Park Morton Equity Team under the leadership of Shantae High, President of the Park Morton Resident Council. I got involved with Park Morton and New Communities Development in order to share the experiences of Columbia Heights' so-called redevelopment, which was sold as a model of racial equity, diversity, but executed as a model of displacement and racial inequity, particularly for Black families. One of the key lessons learned is that if you don't increase your family's income and have an equity state, either individually, cooperatively, or corporately, the true benefits and opportunities of redevelopment will pass you by as your family is displaced. Working with President High and a group of residents and supporters, we began in 2018 advocating with this committee and others for an NCI program to develop and incorporate resident self-sufficiency, income building, resident ownership elements into the NCI project. After 5 years with the help of this committee, Council members Robert White and Nadeau, the groundbreaking 300K Park Morton Savings Matching Pilot Program was included in the 2023 budget this summer. We urge that this program hit the ground running in the summer, notifying and working with residents. We urge that the program be carefully coordinated with DCHA, the Housing Authority's existing self-sufficiency and Section 3 programs. We also ask that the 450 plus unit rental project be modified to include residential home ownership opportunities, both co-ops and fee simple, all coordinated with the Park Morton Resident Council. Although Commissioner Woods was gracious enough to help get the ball rolling back in October of 22, political bureaucracy seems to have been unable to move. I'm asking the committee to help Disb get the program moving and fully leverage, as well as encourage Dslbd and DCHA to turn their verbal support into resident equity and to create a reality. We'd like the status update on the program. Again, my name is William Jordan. I've included in my written testimony the purposes of the New Communities Initiative, as well the email exchange with Commissioner Woods and others in her program. I'd like to conclude by saying, in order for these kind of programs to work, we need agency coordination, we need urgency, and I am concerned that the Disb has not made this the kind of priority, and we're not seeing the kind of movement that we need. There's a lot of steps that need to happen before residents can truly take advantage of savings matching. So thank you, and I hope your committee will look into this matter.
We certainly will, and I intend to ask a question about it, Mr. Jordan. So I appreciate your testimony and your efforts in this regard. We're going to move to our next public witness, Andrew Shapiro, Fountain Square Beverage Concepts.
Hi, good morning, Councilmember McDuffie and the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to get to speak.
We can't see you. We can hear you, but we can't.
Sorry.
You want to turn on your video?
Sorry about that. Is that better?
Good to you. It's good to see you. You can begin your testimony.
Yes. Good morning, Councilmember McDuffie and Committee on Economic Development. And all council members that are listening in, I appreciate the opportunity to get to speak this morning. I am speaking as a small business consultant and advocate, and as a 22-year district resident. I'm speaking in support of DISB, which is an agency that I've been able to work with here and there over the last couple of years as I have ventured into the area of small business consulting, support, and development. I have found their programs to be particularly useful as I have engaged in learning about various funding and support mechanisms for small businesses in the district. And in particular, I have found the work of Mr. Aaron Fenwick to be very helpful. He has been very helpful in assisting in learning about various funding resources and channels to go after that. My testimony today, though, is on how DISB can improve. I think that it has a lot of really useful programs, and a lot of really useful programs a lot of people don't know about. In particular, programming that is really helpful by way of like savings. There's the DISB IRA match. There's various Disb insurance and other health savings programs that I think would be really beneficial for a lot of younger district residents, particularly those coming out of college and those in their 20s. I think, in that time, maybe a lot of people aren't thinking about this sort of stuff and certainly aren't thinking about the kind of resources the district has available. So I would really urge that in thinking about how this agency can improve on that front, to really think about how it can work with maybe universities, high schools, resource training centers. I know it is involved with a number, but expanding that into more community groups, community-based organizations, so more district residents can become aware of all the great resources. I think within the agency, there are a lot of really good programs that are very beneficial. The issue I have is that I think people don't really know about them. So my urging is to really take a comprehensive overview of outreach strategies and ways to really engage more stakeholders in the district and more people that can take advantage of the programs. So I thank you very much, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your testimony this morning, Mr. Shapiro. We appreciate it. We're going to go to our next witness. Okay, I think we're, Wanda Henderson is present, but maybe have some technical difficulties. So we're going to turn to Dr. Robert Jordan as our next witness. But while we're trying to promote those two witnesses, I want to note that we have been joined by at-large council member Christina Henderson, who informed me that she is between hearings and will rejoin at some point. But we have multiple council hearings occurring presently. So we have been joined now by Robert Jordan. So good morning to you. I also note that we've been joined by actually Ward 5 council member Zachary Parker, who I saw join briefly as well. What I intend to do, if there are any council members or staff who are monitoring this hearing, is to finish up with our public witnesses and then turn to council members if they want to make a brief opening or have a round after we conclude public witness testimony before we get to the government witness testimony. So again, good morning to you, Robert Jordan. You can begin your testimony.
Well, thank you guys. And I just want to double check. Can you guys all hear me okay?
We can hear you. Thanks.
Perfect. So I would like to present my experiences with both Disb and Dslbd. If we're still in the Disb section, I'll kind of limit it there. Then when it's the Dslbd time, I'll also present my experience with them. But it's been great.
You have a total of 3 minutes about.
Okay, so what we've been able to do is help create a mechanism for all the target populations of DC to get, education, occupational training, and even job placement. And Disb and Dslbd and the great people on their staffs like Aaron Fenwick and Earl King and several others, as well as City First Enterprises and Jeffrey Shepard's team, came together to help out my organization during the pandemic. My organization is called Constituent Services Worldwide. It was started in 2011 as the kind of follow-on work from my 2-term administration as an ANC commissioner. So this organization is here in the community and in DC to help be a catalyst for different government initiatives. And we work closely with DOES, DHS, DOEE, and have quite a few of the different workforce development contracts and grants from those organizations. During the pandemic, we were displaced out of our facilities because there was a mayor's order to kind of immediately shut down the churches and the community centers, and we were operating out of the Greater Mount Calvary Holy Church campus. And we're now looking for a place to relocate our services and continue to serve the target populations of DC. The guidance that I received from both Dslbd and mentorship from Dslbd, along with the Disb representatives was truly a blessing for us at the time, and helped us be able to now own our own building here in the heart of Capitol Hill that provides all of these great services, not only to CSW, but more so to the larger DC community, where we have people learning, people being able to, actually perform the job skills in all the high demand growth sectors, as well as cosmetology and hospitality services, restaurant, food and beverage industry, IT. It's all facilitated out of this, our location that they helped us, finance and navigate the through different, the Disb BizCap program and just the PTAC office, who we're also working with on some now, 8A efforts. So I've had a great experience. I think that they've all worked together, and also shout out to the mayor's office for the CPAF program, which helped us also buy the building.
And your time has expired, Dr. Jordan. Thank you for your testimony this morning. I want to make one final call for Wanda Henderson to see if you're available to provide testimony. Robert Vincent Branham. We're gonna move to a round. If you could, staff, I'll do 1 7-minute round, and if any other council members join, we'll provide them the same amount of time. I will start my questions with Felicia Dantzler. You're still with us, President Dantzler?
Yes, sir.
I cut you a bit short of your testimony. I want to make sure you have the opportunity just to summarize if there's anything you left out. I've appreciated you providing testimony over the years before the committee, representing ASME Local 2743, and your assessment of the interactions between labor and management at the various agencies that you represent. It seems like things have been going well, and that Commissioner Woods had made some outreach to labor and during the early parts of her tenure, and that things have been going better than they had been under her predecessor. How would you describe the nature of the relationships now, and what's the sentiment generally about labor and its interactions with management at Disb?
Well, labor has a great working relationship with Commissioner Woods and her staff. Over the, say 2.5 years or so, maybe 3 years now that we've been working with Commissioner Woods, the dialogue has always been open. Communication lines have been great. And I'm really excited for the partnership that we have built on.
I'm glad to hear it. Mr. Weaver, you described in your testimony a number of programs with which you work with Disb to administer a number of loans that covered various wards, and I really appreciate that the loans were made to businesses located in wards 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 8.
Correct. Yes.
I wanted to ask you, in terms of the agency's performance, how would you describe its performance in terms of management interactions between Disb, City First Enterprises, the ability of the agency to do whatever it needed to do to get these loans out the door, and to sort of work in partnership to make sure that these businesses receive the funding timely?
Overall, very smooth. We have a great working relationship. Aaron Fenwick's wonderful to work with. Disb's also helped us get the word out through webinars and in-person events and other things like that. So that's been great. We do these programs were funded by the first round of something called the State Small Business Credit Initiative, which was a federal program. It's called SSBCI, that was put in place after the Great Recession and allowed all the 50 states and DC to set up their own programs to support small business. And there's a second round has been approved in light of the pandemic. And we have talked to Disb about possibly streamlining the process for smaller loans. In today's world, small businesses actually do have access to, small businesses that can't get a bank loan do have access to other forms of credit, but it tends to be extremely high cost and with very poor disclosures and people not realizing what they're getting into. Things called merchant cash advances are the most common. So for us to be able to compete with that, we'd love to be able to speed the process up even more without taking undue credit risk. So we're talking to Disb about possibly, putting in place sort of a fast track for the smaller loans. And that's, been received positively. I mean, we're in discussion about it. But other than possibly speeding up the process for smaller loans, we really don't see anything that needs to be improved.
Thanks for sharing that. Mr. Gamble, as you mentioned, you have testified before the committee previously.
Yes,
it sounds like you've had a better experience with other district agencies, including the Office of the Attorney General,
Yes, sir.
in pursuing recourse for your situation. You mentioned another agency that they came to tour your home that you seem to be satisfied with, or at least appreciated their response more so than Disb. What's the other agency that you mentioned in your testimony?
That was the home inspector that came at the meeting with the investigator from the OAG.
Okay.
The
What
two
is
of them.
the OAG doing at this point to assist?
Actually, he's the gentleman is very nice, forthcoming. I actually heard from him this morning before my testimony today. He is working to remedy some of the construction that was not finished on my home. I still have open permits. My stairs are faulty and things like that. When he walked in the home and when he saw the stairs, the first thing he said, "Oh my God," he said, "I can't believe Disb knows this is going on and you're living in this house this way." And so he's been very forthcoming, as I said, and he's worked with me and he's attempting to get some of the money back that the contractor embezzled from my project. But there were fraudulent draw requests that were submitted. City Lending paid those draw requests. I asked them to stop the last payment and they paid the contractor the final payment. And my loan is in open status at this moment. It's an open 203K status. I cannot refinance. I owe, according to the mortgage lender, I owe $300,000 more than my home is worth.
What do you need specifically? What are you requesting specifically from Disb at this point?
Okay, I want them to provide the 30 specific dates that City Lending stated I defaulted on my loan in September 2018. That's what started everything. I was in the midst of my demolition during this time, and Ms. Shipp agreed with City Lending that I defaulted on my loan because of no construction for 30 days. So I would like that information. I proved that was a fallacy, but they still held me to that. Disb and City Lending. And I'd also like a mortgage transaction history. I've asked them for that since September of 2019. I can't reconcile my mortgage if I don't know where all these fees are coming from, all these charges and things like that.
Information from the mortgage company?
No, they will not provide it. And I've asked Disb since 2019 to ask them for it. They won't do it. They won't request that. So I've never heard of anything like that because it's a standard practice to get a mortgage loan transaction history. So if I can get that, then I can see where they're arriving at these balances and things of that sort.
Okay, I do appreciate that you are here yet again with your matter unresolved, and your persistence is important. So I will have someone from my office make sure that they touch base with you, and we will follow up specifically with Disb.
Okay, and if I may say, sir, I'm going to forward my testimony to your office as well.
Okay.
So that can be a part of the record here.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
And we've been joined by at-large Councilmember Christina Henderson. I'm going to turn Councilmember Henderson. We have not yet had Commissioner Woods provide her testimony. I don't know if you want to wait until you hear testimony to provide around, or you want to provide questions for the witnesses or a brief opening. Muted.
Sorry, I was trying to get my mouse working. I was listening into the public witness testimony. I was going back and forth between this and the judiciary hearing going on with HCMA, but I don't have any specific questions for these witnesses, but I do appreciate them testifying today.
Thank you.
Thank
We're going
you.
to turn next, and I want to thank the public witnesses. Anybody who has not yet had an opportunity to provide their testimony in writing, but would like us to include it as a part of the record, please email it to the committee. We're going to turn next to our government witness, Commissioner Karima Woods. Good morning to you. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you, and good morning, Chairperson McDuffie, committee members, staff.
You know, Woods, I hate to interrupt, but you know what? We have a new rule at the council where we're going to be swearing in our government witnesses. And so I am going to, before you proceed with your testimony, to swear you in. If you could just raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and the Committee on Business and Economic Development is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And now you can begin your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson McDuffie, committee members, staff, and district residents. I am Karima Woods, Commissioner of the DC Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking, also known as Disb. On behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser, I appreciate the opportunity to testify today on the department's significant accomplishments during fiscal years 2022 and 2023 to date. The department regulates the insurance, securities, banking, and other financial services in the District of Columbia. Our mission is threefold. First, to cultivate a regulatory environment that protects consumers and attracts and retains financial services firms to the district. Second, to empower and educate residents on financial matters. And third, to provide financing for small businesses. We accomplish this by effectively regulating the district's financial services industry to ensure district residents have access to a wide array of financial services, products, and providers. We also work to sustain a district business climate that encourages fair and open competition. I'll share some of the ways that we deliver on our regulatory mandate. Making sure that insurance is equitable, accessible, and affordable is one of the department's core priorities. Our annual review of individual and small business health insurance rates for 2023 resulted in savings of more than $17 million for district residents. In FY22, the department initiated a first in the country review of auto insurers' use of algorithms in rate making and underwriting to determine if their practices result in unintentional bias against protected classes. We have engaged the services of a well-known data scientist and are proceeding in a deliberate and transparent manner to address this complex topic. The department has asked all interested stakeholders to provide comments and questions regarding the data call and will send it to insurers this month. Also, the department successfully oversaw the establishment of the DC Health Equity Committee, which is charged with dispersing the $95 million settlement proceeds with Care First because of the department's 2011 surplus review of the company. These funds are being used to address healthcare disparities for historically underserved residents. In October 2022, the Health Equity Fund awarded $9.2 million to 32 district-based nonprofit organizations. The Health Equity Committee, which oversees the fund, is currently working on the next round of funds, which are tentatively scheduled to be awarded in May of this year. Some of the ways that we protect residents from financial fraud and scams. One of the department's other primary responsibilities is protecting consumers from fraud, scams, and unfair or illegal practices. We meet these responsibilities through our compliance, consumer protection, enforcement, and investigation activities. In FY22, the department investigated and addressed 68 fraud-related cases. The department was also involved in several multi-state cryptocurrency investigations, one of which was a multi-state investigation and enforcement action that resulted in a $1 million settlement with crypto lending platform BlockFi. Resolving consumer complaints is another way in which we fulfill our consumer protection responsibilities. In FY 2022, the department resolved more than 750 consumer complaints and returned $1.6 million to consumers. Now I'll share a little bit about our foreclosure prevention and mediation work. Additionally, the department continues its foreclosure prevention efforts to assist homeowners in keeping their homes. In FY 2022, Disb's foreclosure prevention and mediation program was successful in helping 27 homeowners obtain relief under the COVID-19 forbearance programs, and another 49 homeowners received modifications from their lenders. Our efforts resulted in saving $53.5 million in property value, with an additional $4.8 million saved in Q1 of FY23. The department also contracted with Housing Counseling Services to conduct community outreach regarding foreclosure prevention services, social media posts, radio ads, and virtual outreach events. The department also assisted our sister agency, the Department of Housing and Community Development, in standing up the Homeowner Assistance Fund, an ARPA-funded program that provides grants to pay mortgage or other property payments to preserve homeownership and aid and wealth building for district residents. A little bit about our student loan work. The department's student loan ombudsman led the district's effort in collaborating with the U.S. Department of Education, other district government agencies, the Office of Attorney General, and the Student Borrower Protection Center to provide 29 virtual and in-person workshops about the temporary public service loan forgiveness waiver program process that reached 4,055 residents. In addition, the Ombudsman's Office received and responded to 12,351 email requests for help related to loan forgiveness, a 60% increase from the previous fiscal year. In FY 2022, the Ombudsman's direct assistance to district residents resulted in the discharge of $1,050,934 of student loan debt, a 398% increase over the prior fiscal year. Now I'll share a little bit about our ways in which we provide greater equity through financial education and empowerment. As you know, providing equitable and inclusive access to financial products and services is an ongoing priority for Mayor Bowser. The department has proactively integrated diversity, equity, and inclusion into its programs and services to provide a fair shot for all district residents. Through the department's Office of Financial Empowerment Education, also known as OFEE, we provided financial empowerment programs such as the Opportunity Accounts Program, Bank on DC, and Financially Fit DC. In FY 22 and 23 to date, the Bank on DC program engaged with workforce development programs to connect residents to safe and affordable banking products and services and reduce the number of unbanked district residents from 8% to 4%. The Bank on DC program continues to connect residents to safe and affordable checking and savings accounts and has helped more than 10,000 residents expand their personal financial knowledge. Moreover, the DC Opportunity Accounts Program is a 4-to-1 match savings program that helps qualified district residents pay for a variety of expenses, including education, first-time home purchases, small business development, retirement, and medical care. Through this program, we empowered 600 residents to save $3 million. That includes their savings contribution and matched funds. Through the support of the American Rescue Plan Act, also known as ARPA, The department received additional funding to expand the program, which will help more district residents achieve their savings goals. Furthermore, in FY22, we awarded a contract to the United Planning Organization to manage our new Financial Empowerment Center, also known as FEC, in Ward 8. The FEC provides a low to moderate income residents with one-on-one counseling to help build or protect assets, address financial challenges, and plan for a viable financial future. Trained counselors engage residents with our full portfolio of asset building programs. I am proud to also mention that toward the end of FY22, OFEE through the FEC expanded its focus with one-on-one financial counseling for returning citizens designed to help reduce recidivism. A little bit about the ways in which we help our small businesses grow. Finally, I would like to note that the department remains a laser focus on supporting the mayor's comeback plan, which reflects the city's 5-year economic development strategy for residents' economic mobility and small business growth and expansion. Through the DC Biz Capital Access Program, also known as DC BizCap, we provide necessary capital to district small business owners and entrepreneurs, including those who are certified business enterprises and minority and woman-owned. DC BizCap provides support in the form of loan collateral or subsidized interest rates. In FY22, the department provided more than $4.4 million in funding to 9 district small businesses, which included local retailers, developers, information technology companies, and architects. For example, the Spice Suite received $472,000 from City First Enterprise to finance renovations to its new location, Black and Fourth. In FY22 alone, BizCap support helped create 91 jobs. Since its inception, the program has created more than 2,000 jobs. In FY23, DC BizCap will focus on expanding its current programming and forming relationships with community development financial institutions, also known as CDFIs, to assist in deploying funds to the socially and economically disadvantaged business. This includes minority and women-owned companies, businesses with less than 10 employees, and businesses in specific CDFI zones. In closing, as the district continues to work towards its comeback, Disb remains firm in our commitment to equitable access to high-quality financial services and insurance, securities, and banking, consumer protection, financial empowerment and education, and the growth of our small businesses. I would like to thank you, Chairperson McDuffie, for your leadership and support. I appreciate the opportunity to share Disb's accomplishments and look forward to continuing to work with the committee. This concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Commissioner. I do have some questions to ask. I want to start with, something that I heard during the public witness testimony, 2 things. I want to just get your thoughts on how the relationship is going with management of Disb, including yourself, and labor.
Absolutely. So first, I want to thank Felicia Dantzler for her testimony today. And I am pleased to share that from my perspective, things have improved significantly between the relationship of management and labor. It has been one of my key priorities upon assuming my role. And I am pleased by the way in which we have been able to have ongoing meetings, open discussions, discuss any labor-related issues, share agency updates with labor, and address any issues issues that may come about. And knowing that there have been at times some grievances that have been presented or issues, we have put in place a process, and I think the process has worked well, that prior to any matter going through a grievance, that we have a 7-day period to really to consult and to talk it out before it enters into a grievance. And so I've been pleased by that pre-grievance process, and overall think that the relationship between labor and management is definitely strong, and looking forward to continuing to strengthen it over the years.
Okay. You, I believe, were on and heard the testimony that was provided by Fred Gamble Jr. and what has amounted to really horrible sounding ordeal that he's experienced with his lender and his home. What's your knowledge of this matter, and what, if anything, can you share about what Disb has done to try to provide some relief? Do you have a sense of what the posture is between Mr. Gamble's situation, the Office of the Attorney General, and anything that Disb is doing at this time with respect to his matter?
Absolutely. First, I want to thank Mr. Gamble for his testimony. I will say that there were a lot of things that were shared that don't necessarily coincide with my understanding of his particular matter. And so my team, who's been quite professional and consistent in engaging with Mr. Gamble since 2019. We have received 5 consumer complaints from Mr. Gamble since 2019. We have responded to all of those complaints, and all of his complaints have been closed on our end. We closed his consumer complaint, I believe it was 5 days before he testified last year. And we have not received any complaints from him since February 4th of 2022. City Lending is the services mortgage company, the servicer that is providing the mortgage for his company. We have granted Mr. Gamble over 62 hours of free legal assistance through housing counseling services. The average district resident receives no more than 5 hours of free legal assistance. So we have been more than accompanying of Mr. Gamble and his particular situation. In January of 2022, Mr. Gamble and his attorneys parted ways, and he retained the services of a private law firm. We have been contacted by that private law firm to request information regarding documents through our FOIA process. We have shared with the attorneys that he hired that there is a fee for the FOIA process to provide those documents, and his law firm has chosen not to pay that fee. And so at this time, that was the last time that we have heard directly from Mr. Gamble. I will say that I was a bit taken back by his testimony indicating that we intervened in an investigation by OAG. By no means have we done that. So I'd be curious to know where he got that information from and who we need to speak to. But on our end, we don't have the authority to intervene in an investigation from another aid to another government agency and to end that investigation.
To your knowledge, Commissioner, has there been any interactions or any outreach by the OAG to Disb regarding Mr. Gamble's matter?
It is my understanding that there has been communication between our office and the OAG regarding Mr. Gamble's matter. I don't have the exact communication in front of me, but I can follow up with any details regarding that.
Yeah, I wasn't going to ask you to provide that information on this Zoom, but I would like you to follow up, if you could, and update the committee with what those communications have been and how the OAG and Disb are interacting regarding this matter, and what, if any, next steps are going to be pursued with this matter. So any updates that you can provide would be helpful, particularly any interactions that Disb's had with any government agencies, not just OAG, but any government agencies regarding Mr. Gamble's matter.
Absolutely. And may I also just add regarding Mr. Gamble's overall complaint of my agency, where he's asked us to intervene and to provide the actual mortgage documents from his lender. I know, in fact, that we have done just that multiple times. And so there just seems to be a disconnect around what Mr. Gamble is perceiving of our actions, our authority.
That would be helpful if you all have done that to the extent you can. We don't need to see those documents necessarily, but we would like confirmation. He specifically said at least one item was the mortgage history. He was seeking Disb's assistance in obtaining that information from his lender. And if that's something that you all have already done, then it would be good if you could provide confirmation of that to the committee so that we would have that information handy when we're interacting with Mr. Gamble following this hearing. So thank you. My round has ended. I'll have obviously a host of questions around your performance in my next round, but at this moment, I want to turn to at-large Councilmember Christina Henderson for a round. Good morning, Councilmember Henderson.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Chairman McDuffie, and good morning, Commissioner. It's good to see you. I want to start by asking a couple of questions about your Consumer Services Division. To my understanding, this office deals with problems residents may have with banks, insurance companies, mortgage lenders, et cetera. How many consumer complaints did you all deal with in the past year?
In FY22, we handled 767 complaints.
Were there any trends that you're noticing in terms of the demographics of who is filing the most complaints? I'm just trying to understand, do residents in general know that you all are an avenue that they can turn to if they're having issues with any of these entities under your oversight?
So we traditionally receive more complaints for insurance-related complaints. So out of that 767 number, I would say 632 are insurance-related. And those complaints traditionally focus on delays from health insurance companies or claim denials, non-renewals, any unsatisfactory settlement of claims. Second highest would be auto insurance, and that is the second highest complaint, and that's usually focused on claim handling, pricing, and coverage termination. We also receive some complaints regarding homeowner insurance. And then the rest of the complaints that we receive is primarily focused on banking that are traditionally mortgage related. We receive some securities complaints as well. In terms of your question about do residents know about our complaint process, I would say more residents know now than probably before I came into my role. It has been a priority of mine to really promote this program. And so we have been doing more outreach about our consumer complaint process, how to go about accessing it. I actually just did an interview on WOL radio last week just about the consumer complaint process. Our Director for Compliance Analysis Division has been doing more videos and outreach and talking with media outlets just to get the word out more. We have a new kind of branding promotional effort around all of our programs. And so it has been a priority to further promote the consumer complaint process.
Okay. Well, let's talk a little bit about, I guess, some of the outreach that could sort of help in terms of where we start with young people. My understanding that your agency has a number of partnerships. I think last year we talked a little bit about the bank loan initiative and you all partnering with the Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment Program to help young people who are, just starting in the employment space to get set up with bank accounts and things like that. Let's go one by one. How is the Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment partnership going? How did it go last year? And how are you evaluating the effectiveness of that type of program?
So thank you for the question. I would say that overall, our engagement with the Department of Employment Services, Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment Program has been quite productive and fruitful. We have the role of engaging all of the young people through the Summer Youth Employment Program. We provide a variety of different programming for the young people, including information on developing banking products that work for youth in the age group of 16 to 17. We served on the Youth Banking Advisory Committee to help promote banking access for participants in the Summer Youth Employment Program. We have a very robust relationship with DOES around the promotion of that program. And we also have our own interns for the SYEP program. I would say roughly about 40 young people traditionally participate in that program in our office, and we do robust planning around that internally. So I would say overall, we find that the program is beneficial and things are going well with the program.
Well, Commissioner, let me ask more specifically, because I can appreciate that you are doing the promotion piece, but one of the things in terms of an outcome is that we want to see young people who are opening bank accounts and starting to save and do all of those different practices. So from a, quantitative number standpoint, are you tracking the effectiveness of these partnerships through that? Like, could you say, we talked to 400 SYEP participants and 50 of them converted in terms of opening bank accounts?
I would say yes, we can affirmatively say that and share that information in detail in terms of the actual number of young people that we have touched. I know overall related to our Bank on DC program, we've been effective in, since the inception of the program, reaching at least 10,000 or helping to open up at least 10,000 bank accounts, which is pretty significant. So I could provide, any follow-up information with you about that.
That would be great, because I know for, even for Chairman McDuffie, right, there is a focus around trying to build generational wealth early on. And I think part of that is making sure that young people understand the banking system and have access to that information. In that regard, and I know I have about 45 seconds left, we've seen a decrease in the number of bank branches across the district. I don't know if you've been in the Columbia Heights on a Friday, there's usually a line outside of the bank branch there, which I think is a problem, right? We have communities where folks want to go in and get cash. They don't want to do everything by card. Are we tracking this as an issue? Your agency? I'm not entirely sure what the relationship here is between the two, but is this something you all are watching?
We do receive reports on the total number of bank branches in the district and where they are geographically located. We've primarily been focused on those bank branches in wards 5, 7, and 8. So I know in total we have about 27 bank branches in those locations. And each of those different wards, there are 11 in Ward 5, 7 in Ward 7, and 9 in Ward 8. And I can get specific information about the number of bank branches in the other wards as well. But we do track where banks are locating. In some instances, if a branch is closing, sometimes they will reach out to our office and just give us a heads up. I know that during, as a result of the pandemic, more banks are really thinking about kind of where they were located and whether or not they were meeting the needs of the community overall. And so there were a couple of banks that reached out about closing or consolidating some of their branches, but I can provide follow-up information as to where each of these branches are located in the district.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Commissioner, As has been the past practice of the committee, I'd like to start off my performance questions with questions around racial equity. I know that you provided the committee with a number of responses to our racial equity questions in advance of today's hearing, so I won't go over all of those. I will note, though, as I will with all the agencies that come before the committee this performance oversight period, that the REACH Act, the Racial Equity Achieved Results Act, which was passed in 2020 and has since become law, requires that the executive establish at least one substantive racial equity performance metrics in its performance plan and key performance indicators. Are you aware as to whether or not Disb has done that yet? I think probably working with the city administrator's office, because I know that they track this information on behalf of all executive branch agencies.
Yes, it's my understanding that we have done that in reviewing our Q1 report for FY23. It's my understanding that that was included in there.
If you could, it'd be great with follow-up, because I pulled the performance metrics from online and skimmed them. I actually have them in front of me. I haven't read, I read them previously. I don't recall explicitly seeing it. So it'd be helpful to know how you all are incorporating that in your performance indicators. And if you can get back to the committee on that, that would be helpful.
Okay, definitely will provide that information and follow up to today's hearing.
And if that in any way leads you all to interact with the Office of Racial Equity, if you could just mention that in your follow-up as well. I will note, just for the record, we do have your responses to a number of questions that we've already asked that I don't think I need to ask at this moment on the record, but this will be included in the record for the performance oversight.
Excellent, thank you. And thank you also for your leadership on the creation of the REACH Act.
Let me ask just, these are kind of related to some of those questions. I think it might be important if you could, because we've been hearing from some constituents who experienced a spike in automobile insurance rates. And while we haven't internally tracked that feedback by ward or race, can you say a little more about this potential unintended racial bias in rate setting? What are you hearing? What, if any, early findings does Disb have with this issue, and what's happening in other jurisdictions if you're tracking what's happening elsewhere as to how we might solve for it?
Yes, and thank you very much for the question. It is an area that my team and I have been focused on. So we've been focused on it in a couple of different ways. One, just in tracking the rates that auto insurers are submitting, but also in looking at unintentional bias in the private passenger automobile insurance industry. And so in my testimony, I reference our work in that space. I will say that per district law, we are required to ensure that rates are not excessive, inadequate, or unfairly discriminatory. And this has also been included in our diversity, equity, and inclusion work, as our working group for DEI did identify automobile insurance and unintentional bias as an area of focus. And so it is one of the recommendations from that working group that we've really been focused on. It is a very complex issue, and it's something that we have not done before. So we're taking a very deliberate and transparent approach to how we engage the industry and how we address the issue. And so we have submitted we're in the process of going through a data call where we've been working with stakeholders. We've had a public hearing. We also had a Q&A session around the data call itself and the information in it. And we will be issuing that data call this month with the goal of auto insurers responding over the next 2 months to the inquiry so that we can begin reviewing the data as it relates to the type of unintentional bias that could or could not be present as it relates to automobile insurance and the rates that are provided. We have engaged a consulting company that will be working with us to review and analyze that data with the goal of having a report on the outcome before the end of this fiscal year.
Okay, so before the end of this fiscal year is the time frame. If there are any updates that you'd like to provide as a follow-up, I do appreciate your answer today, but with something that we're going to be tracking closely from the committee's standpoint. The department also, last council period, testified against Bill 24-558, Stop Discrimination by Algorithms Act of 2021. And it's recently been reintroduced for this council period. I'm not sure you're going to remember, and I don't want to necessarily put you on the spot, but we would like, if you do not remember, sort of, and if you can summarize the position on that, it would be helpful, because there's several notable studies, some research points to bias in AI for all sorts of industries, including insurance and banking. So we would like to know from the committee's perspective how you think we address these concerns, if it's not in the way that it was outlined in that bill that was introduced last year. So I want to put that on your radar. That's something that we're going to be following up on as well. If you'd like to comment today, you can do that now. Otherwise, if you'd like to follow up with us, we'd appreciate that as well.
Thank you for the question, and we'll definitely follow up on the question around our position on the bill. I would say, in short, our position was that we were adamantly opposed to the bill, and our overall request was that the OAG's office removed lenders and financial institutions, insurers from the bill. We did think that it would further complicate the regulatory role that we have as a regulatory agency in regulating those industries. And so our ask was to have those entities removed from the bill. One of the asks that we also had was that because of the complex nature of algorithms, and because we did not get the impression that the OAG wanted to get our full input around the bill, that our request was that a task force was formed to study the issue at length. We've been involved in this conversation with a number of national associations, and we felt like this was something that could be an outcome related to the bill. And so our ask was to create a task force to study the issue.
I'm going to turn to Councilmember Henderson for another round.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie. Commissioner Woods, I want to talk a little bit about the student loan ombudsman. I've had a keen interest in the work of that, given all that is going on in the federal student loan world. Before I get into more specifics, though, I wanted to bring up the absence of the 2022 annual report for the office. Is there a reason that it hasn't been released yet, or do we have a timeline of when that is going to be released?
It's my understanding that that report was submitted. So it's not my understanding that it has not yet been released. I'll check on it, but I thought that it was submitted, at least in the documents that we shared.
Okay. Last year, we will follow up on that.
Yeah, according to our response to the questions, it does say that it was submitted in FY22.
Okay. We will look for it on the council end. Perhaps it has not been loaded and lost in transit. Last year, you had mentioned there was need for additional staff for this particular office. And so I'm curious, what is the current state of staffing given the, I think, volume increase as folks have realized that this office was now available to them, especially with everything going on with the public student loan forgiveness program?
Definitely. So we have hired a student loan examiner and a student loan program analyst to support the work of the student loan ombudsman. And so we're pleased by that. Per statute, we are required to examine student loan servicers. And so that is something that our new student loan examiner will be focused on. And so overall, our student loan work over the course of the last year and a half has increased significantly, as you're probably aware. But we have been able to, I think, really respond to the demand and the need. We were very proactive in promoting the temporary public service loan forgiveness waiver program, which I think we did a great job of kind of getting the word out and supporting the needs of residents. And as I mentioned in my testimony, we responded to over 12,000 emails. We continue to meet one-on-one with residents regarding their student loan questions and issues and overall debt management. We hold virtual hours. We have counseling that we provide to residents as well. I would say in FY22 alone, we were effective in a meeting with residents, but also addressing over 9.2 million of total debt burden that has been carried by district residents. And so we're pleased by our work. We're very engaging with community partners as well. We've held a summer higher education series. We did a fall higher education series. We just held an event for Black History Month. We had an event.
Can I ask a little bit about that? So first off, let me just say, I want to say kudos to your office and the Ombudsman's office in terms of the work they have done. I know for me, I get excited anytime I get an email from someone who's saying, I got my loans forgiven, right? It's not even my money, but I'm going to be excited for you and your family that $100,000 debt burden has been something that has been lifted, and that our government has been able to successfully help you navigate a system that should not be as complicated as it is, but it is. Now, we're handling the people who have graduated and who have debt. It's still bewildering to me that we allow 17 and 18-year-olds to sign up for loans for $300,000 without adequate education in terms of like what that means. And so in this past year, have you all sought to sort of shift a little of your outreach to younger future borrowers around let's make some good choices, right? What's the difference between the private student loan debt and the federal student loan debt and some of these other things to help, I think, provide frankly, some counseling that perhaps some of our high school guidance counselors aren't able to do for families. I would love to see Disb working with LEAs to sort of bridge that gap so we could promote more public information.
Definitely. And I will say, as the mother of a 16-year-old and an 18-year-old, yes, that is a pretty scary thought. And so we have doubled down on our outreach. I mentioned the Black History Month event that we just held. That was at Duke Ellington High School, and that was with high school students. And so our strategy is to really connect directly with the students and to go to them, go to the school, in addition to communicate with their guardians, their parents. But yes, we have done just that, and we'll be doing even more of that throughout this fiscal year. We also held an event at Catholic University for Hispanic Heritage Month. And so we'll be continuing that effort. We had 29 workshops in FY22. That reached over 2,300 residents and also government employees. And so, yes, point well taken. We definitely are increasing our engagement, particularly with young people, because we know how vulnerable they are. We know how oftentimes they may not be thinking about the impact or what type of debt they're taking on and what type of long-term impact they can have on their financial future. So we're addressing that not just through our student loan ombudsman, but also through our Office of Financial Empowerment and Education, because they do touch and reach a lot of young people. Earlier, you had asked about the number of number of young people we interact with. We actually interact with over 14,000 young people in FY22 through our financial literacy, financial empowerment, and education work. And so we'll continue to really press forward and working directly with young people about their finances and their financial future.
Great. Well, Commissioner, this is going to be my last round because I have to go to back to the judiciary hearing. But from a legislative standpoint, your staff has been great in terms of working on the new the student loan borrower bill of rights bill that we introduced last year, and then the IVF bill that we're hoping to see some movement on as well that impacts your industry, the insurance companies that come under you as well. So we'll be looking to follow up on those. But thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie.
And thank you, Councilmember Henderson. We will be following up with your office. We did see that bill was reintroduced, so we do plan to follow up with your office on that.
Thank you.
Commissioner, getting back to perhaps where I left off. Actually, I'm gonna actually ask a question about something that you mentioned in your testimony. You mentioned the BlockFi lawsuit in your testimony. What is the status of that settlement? I believe you said that it has already settled, but just give me any updates that you might have on that, and let me know whether these funds will be used for some sort of consumer protections, or how is it typically used when you have these types of settlements?
Yes, and thank you for asking about that, because there has definitely been an uptick in the market around cryptocurrency, bankruptcies, investigations. FTX has been in the news regarding their recent collapse. And so our office was involved in several cryptocurrency investigations, one of which was the multi-state investigation and enforcement action that I referenced in my testimony against the lending platform BlockFi. BlockFi failed to register the offers and sales of its cryptocurrency interest accounts and agreed to pay over $100 million in penalties, 50 million of which would have gone to the SEC, and then the other 50 million distributed amongst the states and the District of Columbia. Our result of the settlement was about 1 million. As of now, BlockFi has filed bankruptcy. And so we only received, I would say, 2 payments from before they filed bankruptcy. And so I can follow up with you regarding how those payments are being distributed. But I know that we did receive at least 2 payments before they filed bankruptcy.
Okay, yeah, if you can follow up with how the payments are being used, but also how much we've already received, and whether there will be anything else that we receive given the status of BlockFi's bankruptcy filing. With the current issues that we've seen recently, and you've talked about with cryptocurrencies and the platforms such as with FTX, what has Disb done to keep DC residents informed on the topic?
So we've had a lot of discussions about the topic itself. I would say there have been a couple of things that we've done. One, we stay in constant communication with the National North American State Securities Administration, with our counterparts throughout the United States, to share information about what's happening in the crypto space. And so there are ongoing conversations and committees and working groups that we're a part of related to that, which is part of why we were involved in that multi-state investigation. Another way in which we have been getting the word out is really sharing, issuing consumer alerts to the public. We issued one about a month ago regarding the recent collapse of FTX and just the continuous cryptocurrency bankruptcies that we're hearing about, alerting district consumers about the hazards and risk of investing in cryptocurrencies and other platforms. And so we've been really proactive about how we get the word out about that. I mentioned earlier that I did an interview last week on WOL regarding our consumer complaint process. Also did another interview that talked about our enforcement and investigative actions. And part of that was focused on cryptocurrency. We actually also just brought in a crypto expert to talk with our staff about the industry overall and things that we need to be mindful of as regulators. And so there's a lot that we're doing to really get a handle on this unregulated industry and making sure that we do our part as a financial regulator.
Thank you for that. As you know and are well aware, recently the mayor announced her 5-year economic development strategy, DC Comeback Plan. What, if any, I know Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development obviously plays a significant role in executing on that strategy. What, if any, role does Disb play in Mayor Bowser's 5-year economic development strategy?
Definitely, and thank you for that question. And as someone who has worked in the economic development space and contributed to economic strategies over the years, I know and understand the importance of these strategies and the role that they play in the overall economy. And so I do commend the mayor and Deputy Mayor Falcecchio for all of the work that went into the creation of the Mayor's Comeback Plan. The role that we've played, one, we participated in a number of interviews and preliminary conversations with the Deputy Mayor's office about the work that we do and things that we think would be relevant to the growth of the district's economy moving forward. And so there have been a couple of different areas that we've kind of focused on. We focused on the innovation space in really growing a fintech hub in the district. And so we've had conversations with them about the innovation district, which I know is reflected in the plan, and what are their verticals that they're focused on around fintech and how we can play a role in meeting with fintech companies, particularly through our newly created Office of Innovation, to ensure that those fintech companies, insurtech, regtech companies that are coming into the district, that they're doing so with an understanding of the consumer protection laws that we have here in the district, and that they set themselves up properly. So that's been one area that we've talked with them about. And of course, we've had conversations about our BizCap program. And so we do foresee BizCap playing a role as we support the growth and expansion of small businesses in the district. You are probably aware, council member, that we're partnering with Dslbd also around the next iteration of the SSVCI program. And so when we receive those funds, we'll be working closely with them on the administration of those dollars. And then we've also see ourselves in the plan and the conversations we've had with the Deputy Mayor's office around our financial education and empowerment work, and knowing that there is a human capital component to the plan, and making sure that the residents that we are touching and reaching have the education and the resources that they need, whether they're buying a new home or whether they're starting a new business or wanting to learn more about their financial affairs or build wealth for their families and communities. And so those are the different areas in which we have been in communication with the Deputy Mayor's office about the plan, but also are reflected within the plan.
Got it. Thank you for that. And Councilmember Henderson asked some questions about the mayor's Somebody's Employment Program related to banking. And I wanted to just ask something also related to SYEP. Does Disb play any role in what bank ultimately Summer Youth Employment Program participants bank with or get their direct deposits with?
We do have financial institutions that we partner with through Bank On DC. And so part of our role with SYEP is providing that information to young people, making sure that they do have bank accounts, because I believe that is in order for them to receive their payment for working, they have to have some type of bank account. And so that is a role that we play with the program.
Okay, but is it something that, I don't know if you know this, but I'm curious, just because of sometimes fairly, I won't say predatory, but there are fees associated with accounts, particularly when they don't have significant amounts of money in them. And I imagine, you know, a 14 or 15-year-old who's on the lower tier of payments from SYEP program won't be accruing lots of money, particularly if they're spending any of it over the course of their summer youth employment. So I was just curious as to what, if any, role Disb played in identifying or providing information to SYEP participants about banking and just information that could be useful to them and their parents deciding what bank to bank with. Do you know if it's required that they have a bank account in order to receive direct deposits or not?
It's my understanding, but I can follow up just to make sure that I'm providing you with the most accurate information. It's also my understanding that a pay card is also done, and that's through the OCFO's office.
Okay, all right. So I was kind of figuring out which agencies play a role with SYEP in terms of the banking aspects of the program and our young folks. And so if you could just follow up and let us know specifically what, if any, role Disb plays. We'll follow up with any other sister agencies that also play a role in the banking aspects of that program.
Absolutely. And it's my understanding that there aren't fees that are attributed to the accounts for youth typically. And any Bank on DC partner that we're in partnership with traditionally have low fees, and that's part of the design of the program.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for that. The department has stated to us that it does not have any current capital projects. I believe this information was in your pre-hearing responses to our questions. Is the department up to date on its information technology systems? As you are aware, and it's been pretty public, a district agency, a quasi-agency, suffered a serious cyber attack last year. What safeguards has Disb put in place to protect against a similar potential attack, and has Disb instituted additional privacy safeguards to prevent data leaks and other important privacy and data protection issues?
Definitely. First, we work very closely with the Chief Technology Officer. I know that there are ongoing meetings that our IT Chief Technology Officer participates in with Octo. In addition to that, all of our examiners do have highly encrypted information on their tablets and laptops, particularly when they're out in the field. And so we have encrypted their devices to protect them. And we also are in close communication and receive alerts through our national partners like the Conference for State Bank Supervisors, NASA, and also NIC regarding any cybersecurity threats or matters. So a couple of times we have issued information to our banks, particularly those that are chartered here, industrial and founders, related to any potential threat. And I know that over the course of the last couple of years, there have been quite a few threats, but we follow the guidelines of Octo regarding securing all devices here at the department. And as I've mentioned, we also have the additional encryption that is included on all the devices for our examiners.
Disb listed in one of your pre-hearing responses to the committee, Disb listed a report done by the Georgetown firm to review and update the District of Columbia banking code. The response stated that the project and final report are not done yet, but listed recommendations that came from the Georgetown firm as it found DC's banking code to be vastly outdated. Where are you all with that, and when might the committee expect the final report to be produced, and what are any next steps can you share with us at this point?
Definitely, and thank you for that question. The banking code modernization project has been one of those projects that we've been focused on over the last year. It's been a very detailed project because our code is very much outdated. And so we did engage the services of a Georgetown law firm. They've been working with our office. We have been meeting with them regularly. So in FY22, they did provide the first iteration of the work, and we're working with them. We asked them to do additional work around fintech, money transmission, et cetera, related to our code. And so they've been doing a lot of research around what other states are doing in that space. So we anticipate, in the communication we've provided to the contractor, that work needs to be finalized this fiscal year because it does have implications on the way in which we regulate the financial services industry here in the district, especially given all of the newer changes that are happening within all things financial services.
Thank you for that. Talk to me about the REACH program that you are engaged with. Last year, you all stated that it is yet to receive the results of the REACH program due to the newness of the program. And it's my understanding that the goals were threefold: affordable housing, improving access to credit, and minority business ownership. I know that minority business ownership is one of the things included in the mayor's DC comeback strategy. So if you could discuss the status of the REACH initiative today and program development, and also share any progress that has been made across each goal.
Definitely. And through the DC REACH program, it is one of the ways in which we are also further not only reaching DC residents, but also ensuring that we apply the lens of racial equity in the manner in which we work with the community overall. And so, as you've mentioned, we have been meeting ongoing throughout this fiscal year and throughout FY22 to advance the three different areas of REACH that we've been focused on, areas around affordable housing, access to capital, and just making sure that we engage with the necessary stakeholders in that space. So that work has been ongoing. We meet, I want to say, it seems like every month or every other month with the work stream. Two of our staff persons, Aaron Fenwick and Benjamin Arnold, head up the work stream, and we have a number of different local stakeholders that are part of each of the different work streams. We are focused this year on making sure we have actual recommendations and outcomes that come out of the DC REACH work. And it's my understanding that that information is going to be provided before the end of either this fiscal year or this year. I know it's something we're working towards, and I believe there's a white paper that will be produced in December of this year. And we are planning to have an engagement with the Office of the Comptroller for Currency, with all of the different DC REACH stakeholders. It was scheduled for around this time, but because of the performance oversight hearing, we moved the date. But in short, we are committed to and engaging stakeholders to really address all of the barriers to wealth through the DC REACH effort. And so that effort is ongoing, and we meet regularly with those stakeholders.
And if you could just briefly describe the partners that are among your stakeholders with respect to the REACH program, both public and private. Who are you all working with?
We're working with national banks that are part of the Project REACH effort overall. So through the Office of Comptroller for Currency, they have national partners that are involved. And through the DC REACH effort, we bring those local partners. And so that includes nonprofit members, that includes other government agencies. So on the affordable home ownership work stream, I know DHCD is a part of that. Other housing agencies are part of that effort. Housing counseling services are part of that effort. A number of other partners through our credit counseling and repair. We have a number of lenders that are part of it. I know one of our fintech firms are also, a couple of fintech companies are a part of that effort. So it does really run the gamut of small businesses, different affordable housing advocates, different community partners that are a part of that effort. And I'll add banks. So banks are also very much a part of it. PNC, City National, M&T Bank, LEDC, and as I mentioned, also DHCD is a part of it.
Which agency is the local lead on this?
Disb is the lead, local lead on it.
If you could follow up, because I'd love to, if you could just list who the stakeholders are, so we have a sense of who's participating. I know you provide, and I appreciate you provided generally the types of organizations, and you gave some specifics of some of the banks, but if you could just follow up with a list of all the stakeholders who are participating in this, both public and private partners.
We have a list and we'll be happy to provide that information. I'll also add that we have federal partners that are a part of it as well, the Minority Business Development Agency and the DC Women's Business Center.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if you mentioned this earlier in response to Councilmember Henderson, but I want to talk a little bit about foreclosures. I know it is important to the work that you all do. So if you could talk a little bit about how you all track, analyze, and intervene to prevent foreclosures. I think your testimony that you provided earlier provided some statistics around it. If you want to share those statistics, how many foreclosures were reported, how many you all work to help prevent. Give us a sense on how things are going with Disb, and if you all have a breakdown that you can follow up with by ward, that would be helpful to the committee as well, just to know who's been impacted, what parts of the city are most impacted by foreclosures.
Definitely, and we'd be happy to provide that information to you and follow up today's hearing. Overall, we've been really focused on supporting the mayor's goals to preserve district homeowners. And we do that through our foreclosure and mediation prevention program. This program we administer through our contract with Housing Counseling Services. In FY22, that contract was for about $1 million. In FY23, that contract has increased to about $1.2 million to accommodate the additional work that we're doing in partnership with DHCD around the homeowner assistance fund. In FY22, we supported and provided counseling to 547 district residents. I would say 122 of those residents had positive outcomes where foreclosure was prevented. 49 had home foreclosure modifications. 31 had mortgages that were brought current. 27 in forbearance. We find that a lot of residents do utilize our 24-hour housing hotline, and we do promote that proactively. And so in FY22, we had about 925 residents that utilize the 24-hour housing counseling hotline. I would say that due to the foreclosure moratorium legislation that was put in place by council and the mayor, there have definitely been a limited amount of judicial foreclosure since March of 2020. And our data has shown that there has been a decline in the delinquency rate, even since the moratorium has been lifted. And so we do think that the legislation itself, in addition to the homeowners assistance fund, that we've been effective in really reducing the number of foreclosures here in the district based upon the type of services that are being provided to support homeowners in keeping their home.
Okay, appreciate that. And it might be important because you all have already provided the information that I mentioned actually, and for the benefit of the public, the information that you all share with us suggests that the city saw the largest increase in delinquency in Ward 8 and Ward 5, and the largest decrease in delinquency year over year in Ward 4. So I wanted to mention that.
Definitely.
How is Disb working to advance the Black homeownership initiative that is really important to the committee, and we've sent letters to the mayor around housing issues and suggestions for budget proposals, and are pleased with some of the things that have already occurred on the executive side with the Black homeownership initiative, but talk specifically about what Disb's role is, if anything, with that effort.
Definitely. So first, I just want to say that I was pleased and thank the mayor for appointing me on the Black Homeownership Strike Force. Our role has really been to provide information around the type of services that we have in place to support district homeowners or those seeking to purchase a home in the district. And so a lot of the programs that I've shared today through our Office of Financial Education and Empowerment, our Financially Fit DC platform, our Opportunity Accounts program, which those match savings funds can be used for any homeowner that is looking to purchase a home. And we do have a number of success stories of residents that have utilized the savings to contribute to other programs the district government provides. And we find that when you couple a lot of these programs, whether it's the HPAP program, opportunity accounts, and other types of programs that the district offers to support homeowners, that many district residents are able to afford down payment costs, repair costs for any new home that they purchase. And so we've been focused on supporting those residents at the pre-stage before they're looking to purchase a home, making sure that they're ready to purchase a home, that they have their finances in order, that they have the right lenders that they're working with, and also supporting those who have a home, keep their home through our foreclosure prevention and mediation program, and then supporting those, particularly our senior residents that may have questions or issues regarding reverse mortgages, or may want to pass their home down to another family member. And so our role has been to provide the information, the resources that we have at Disb to our key partners and also residents around homeownership overall. We've also been in close communication with Dslbd. I know that the report was released and that there are a set of recommendations that have come out of that report. And so we've been working with them as to which areas that they want us to focus on within the next year to 3 years, so that we can tailor our programs accordingly.
Got it. Thank you for that. The department has stated in its pre-hearing questions that its banking bureau's subcommittee of Disb's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Initiative continues to address areas in which the department can mitigate the effects of predatory lending on diverse communities in the district. What has Disb learned from its racial bias in the home appraisal process effort?
Yes, thank you for that question. The appraisal bias effort that you just mentioned was one of the recommendations that came out of our diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. And so one of the recommendations that our subcommittee through our banking bureau focused on was holding a forum on appraisal bias with homeowners here in the district. We convened a large group of stakeholders, including appraisers, I would say there were over 200 folks that signed up for that conversation. And really it was a start of a conversation for us to really present the issue, and knowing that we have not necessarily received any consumer complaints about appraisal bias, but we hear about it in the news. We hear about it in other states. We've heard about incidents in Maryland. And so our goal was really to begin the conversation and to create the awareness in the event that any resident may experience appraisal bias, and knowing what process they need to go through our consumer complaint process to provide that information to us so that we can begin investigating. So that's been our role to date. We do plan on having a series of conversations. So we held our first one in FY22.
Okay. And just to also make sure the record is clear, William Jordan testified about the Park Morton effort, and I believe you mentioned it in your testimony, but just to make sure it's clear, when's the kickoff date for this program?
So we envision officially kicking it off in March of this year. What I will say is that we've had to really focus on putting in place the infrastructure for the program. This is a pilot program, and we received $300,000 that was allocated by council to fund 40 opportunity accounts. And we're working on administering the program through our partnerships with Dslbd and the Housing Authority. And so our role is to, in essence, provide the administration of the match savings program to those residents. It's my understanding that the Housing Authority provided a survey to residents to obtain an understanding of their overall financial needs and goals. Those results are pending right now, and we will incorporate it into the overall program and planning process. We're also in the process of finalizing all the steps to put the contract in place to administer the program. So I thank Mr. Jordan for his testimony. It's important that we have the right infrastructure to support this type of program. It is a pilot. We'd like to see it sustain long-term. It could be a model for other areas. And so we are putting things in place and look forward to officially launching that program by March of this year.
Thank you for that. Disb has noted that it supports but does not have the capacity to incentivize banks to charter a de novo depository institution in the district. So I want to ask, why would a bank choose to charter in a neighboring jurisdiction rather than the District of Columbia? And are there things that we can do to be more competitive? I asked that also acknowledging one of Disb's strategic objectives, which is, according to the website, number 2, establish the district as a premier destination for financial service firms to increase the number of financial services industry jobs available for district residents and to generate additional revenue for the district.
Yes, and so to answer your question, part of why we're focused on updating our banking codes is so that we can do just that. Right now, we really don't have any type of incentive in place to attract a bank to Washington, D.C. We have 2 chartered banks, Industrial Bank and also Founders Bank. We have about 35 active credit unions here in the district. To date, none of them are district chartered. All of them are federally chartered. And so one of the things we are looking at is how we can approach these credit unions about considering getting chartered here in the district. But as of now, we really don't have any type of incentive that we offer to banks to locate here in the district.
There was one bank recently chartered, and I don't remember exactly which year, maybe you do. You just mentioned it, Founders.
Yes.
Bank. What interactions does Disb have with banks like Founders? Well, actually, there's only one Industrial and Founders, but Industrial is a longstanding bank here in the District of Columbia. But what interactions does Disb have with Founders as a recently chartered bank? Is there anything that you all are doing annually or some other routine interactions that you have with Founders?
Definitely. We do conduct examinations of our chartered banks. And so through that process, we interact with both Industrial and Founders. And we regularly reach out to them just to kind of check in on their status, or they'll contact us if there's any issues or questions or concerns that come up.
Okay. All right. The rollout of investments as a result of the Health Equity Fund, which you also mentioned in your testimony, which was recently announced, I believe, in October of last year. And while the Washington Regional Association of Grant Makers is managing this process, can you discuss the goals of the initial investments with nonprofit partners and any plans to monitor the effectiveness of these grants? I'll note in our prep for this hearing, we saw some of the announcements. We noted that some of the grant recipients are listed, but we cannot identify a full list of the grant recipients. So we would like for you all to follow up with a full list of the grant recipients. And then if you could now talk a little bit about the goals of the initial investments with nonprofit partners and how you all are going to be monitoring the effectiveness of the grants.
Definitely. The goal of the Health Equity Fund overall is to address the social determinants of health. And these social determinants have been determined by the Health Equity Committee. They've also utilized data from DC Health that identifies a range of different social determinants that contribute to health disparities in the district. And so the focus is really on especially the initial round has been focused on economic mobility and wealth building as one of those social determinants to health. And so the initial round was announced back in October. 37 nonprofit organizations in the district receive a total of $9.2 million. I'd be happy to provide you with a list of all of those nonprofit organizations. I know that we communicate regularly with the Greater Washington Community Foundation. January of this year, the foundation issued a request for letters of intent, which were due on January 20th of this year. The Health Equity Committee, was also developed to identify and track 3 different rounds of funding per this next round, and they'll focus on economic and health policy, agenda development, advocacy campaigns, and also systems change. So the Community Foundation is planning to issue the next RFP mid-February this month, and they will issue 7 grants totaling about $9.5 million over the next 4 years in May of this year. They'll also have another grant round in the fall of this year as well. And so there'll be 2 additional new grant rounds that will go out for the Health Equity Fund.
And you mentioned, did you mention when those 2 grant rounds are going to go out? Is it, you said this year?
This year.
Okay. And are those the dates in which those are going to go out already established, or those something that you all are working on?
So the next one is already in motion. So that's the letters of intent I mentioned that went out in January of this year, and then February of this year is when the RFP will go out, and then the next RFP will go out in the fall of this year.
Got it. Okay. On the special purpose credit program, talk a little bit about how it might be leveraged, because I understand locally, City First Enterprises recently rolled out a program. I don't know, Eric Weaver testified earlier about some of the work that City First Enterprises is doing with Disb and other agencies. Are you working with sister agencies in district government, like, for example, DC Housing Finance Agency, maybe, to think about how it can be applied to our mortgage market?
I would say in short, yes. This was a topic that came up during the Black Home Ownership Task Force conversations. I know that our sister agencies have been looking at it and ways in which we can leverage it. I know that on our side, particularly in our banking bureau, they've had conversations with those agencies. It's also come up through our DC Reach efforts as well. And so in short, yes, we are looking at it. We have not yet determined how we can leverage it, but it is something that we are monitoring and in conversation with other key partners, particularly government agencies about.
Okay. My last question, I've mentioned a few times over the course of today's hearing, just the online performance metrics that are published for every agency across the executive branch. And there's no exception for Disb. You all are on that, have a document online as well. How are you all how is Disb at this point in FY 2023 moving towards hitting its targets for its key performance indicators? Can you talk generally about how things are going? I'll note where I've seen improvements across some of these indicators. But I want to get a sense of how you all are measuring your progress, although we're still fairly early on in FY 23. Just give me a sense of how things are going.
I would say overall, I think things are going well. If there were any red flags, we do notify Deputy Mayor Babers and also the city administrator. But from the way we track it, and we do have to report out quarterly to the city administrator's office around the status of all of our work that's reflected in that plan, including the initiatives and our key targets. And so that information we have to report out quarterly. And if there are any issues that we're seeing, we will flag it in our report out and at times, if needed, make course correction. But from what I've seen from our performance in FY22 and our performance in FY23 to date, I do strongly think that we're on track to meet our performance goals.
I want to ask, I said that was my last question, but I want to just follow up with something. It mentions in the KPIs under number 1, where it says provide high quality and efficient consumer protection services to district residents and businesses. There are 2 measures. One of those measures is the number of cyber fraud enforcement investigations initiated. It says 40 for FY 2023 target. It had a similar target for FY 2022. I don't see where it indicates, at least on this, whether you all reached that target in FY 2022. I believe you did, because you mentioned how many in your testimony. You said that in FY 2022, the department investigated and addressed 68 fraud-related cases. But how much of those, or what percentage of those fraud-related cases were cyber fraud enforcement investigations?
I would probably need to follow up with the committee to provide the exact numbers that were cyber related. We do track that information, and so I'd be happy to provide a follow-up.
Okay, and I don't know when they update this information, but I would, it might be helpful because the information for this KPI was not available for fiscal years 20 or 2021. The target is published for 2022 and 2023, which I mentioned is 40 respectively, but there's no actual for fiscal year 2022. So it'd be interesting to know where you all ended up with that. And also, it might be helpful to know what you all mean when you say investigated and addressed. 68 fraud-related cases, what specifically addressed means in terms of resolving those cases.
Definitely, I'd be more than willing to provide that follow-up information to you.
I don't have any additional questions at this time. Is there anything else that you'd like to add to the record before we move on to our next agency, Commissioner?
Again, I just want to thank you, Chairperson McDuffie and the committee overall for the opportunity to present the department's FY 22 and 23 performance to date. I also want to acknowledge the mayor, her leadership in this third term. I want to recognize the staff of the department for all of their hard work to ensure that I can even present and share our performance with the public today. And so again, thank you, and looking forward to continuing to address questions and respond to today's questions from today's hearing. So thank you.
And thank you and your team, and thank you for your testimony. And I want to again thank all the public witnesses who provided helpful testimony to the committee this morning. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Our next agency that we're going to hear from is going to be the Department of Small and Local Business Development. But we need to give a few minutes for staff to transition our public witnesses onto the Zoom. And so we're going to take a very brief recess to allow for that transition. And we'll be right back in about 5 minutes or so to begin with the Department of Small and Local Business Development. We're going to reconvene this hearing of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. Again, I am Kenyon McDuffie, at-large council member and chair of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. We're going to hear next from our second and final agency of today, which is the Department of Small and Local Business Development. Dslbd supports the development, economic growth, and retention of district-based businesses and promotes economic development throughout the district's commercial corridors. Dslbd seeks to achieve its mission by providing access to capital for entrepreneurs and businesses, helping businesses navigate government requirements quickly and efficiently, and promoting economic development through the district, particularly in commercial corridors. By assisting small and local businesses, the department strives to transform local corridors into vibrant anchors for businesses and residents to flourish alike. We're going to next call up our first panel of public witnesses for Dslbd, and remind each witness that they're going to have 3 minutes to provide oral testimony. We have quite a few witnesses for this agency, so I'd ask everyone to be mindful of your time. And we're going to begin with a couple witnesses who are inadvertently left off of this witness list, but who have communicated with committee staff. Robert Vincent Branham, Paul Weinstock. We're also going to have Dr. Robert Jordan, Kyle Todd, Ryan Vassell, Alex Padro, Charlie Whitaker, Leonard Greenberger, Letitia Atkins, and Anwar Salim also join at this time. And good afternoon to all the witnesses. We're going to begin first with Robert Vincent Branham. It's good to see you. You can turn on your audio and video and begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, you all my video isn't being allowed, so I will, unless you are able to unlock it, I'm good. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for allowing me to come in at this time. I was at another hearing earlier in the day, so I missed the opportunity to appear before the previous committee hearing on Disb. So thank you for letting me say my few comments at this time, then you can move on with your scheduled agenda. I do want to say that I had an issue with my insurance carrier, and they wanted to cancel my coverage. I'm not going to name the carrier at this time, but I did coordinate and work with Disb, and that matter was resolved. And I want to express my thanks to Director Woods and her staff for assisting me in that, and help me to move forward and continue coverage for coverage with my carrier. The issue was resolved amicably for both sides, and I just wanted to go on the record to thank Disb and Director Woods for the staff support at that time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Branham, for sharing that testimony. We're going to turn next to, there's an issue with Paul Weinstock's being promoted to panelist. So we're going to go next to Robert Jordan.
All right, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, but you need to turn on your video so we can also see.
All right. No problem.
Actually, we're going to let Paul Weinstock, because he has been able to be promoted. We're going to hear from Paul Weinstock and then go next to Dr. Jordan. Well, bear with us. I know this technology has been a little tricky over the last years.
Good morning.
Do you have video capabilities, Mr. Weinstock?
Yes.
We can hear you. We cannot see you.
Okay. Yes. Good morning. My name is Paul Weinstock. First and foremost, I would like to, I must say good evening, I'm sorry, or good afternoon. I would like to thank our wonderful mayor, all the council members, the director, Ms. Whitfield and her staff for allowing this program, which is the Clean Team, to come in existence. This is a program that has been able to provide opportunities for individuals that's looking for an employment. I'm formerly incarcerated myself. It gave me an opportunity to be able to come home and transition to actually help with individuals in the community, as well as returning citizens, the LGBTQ population, and others, to provide job opportunities. I really think that this is a great program, and if it can continue to be funded, it's a great help and an opportunity for individuals like myself and others to come home and be law-abiding citizens, as well as it allowed me to actually make a change in my life and just be a mentor and actually work with the entrepreneurship program as well. So I just wanted to, just make my testimony available and speak on how great this program is, and hopefully that it can continue and maybe provide more funding to provide more job opportunities.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Weinstock. Committee appreciates it. We're going to turn to our next witness, Robert Jordan. And you testified earlier for Disb. It's good to see you again here for Dslbd. You have 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
All right, so just want to kind of just reiterate that over the past year, 2022, I was fortunate enough to work with Disb, Dslbd, and Dslbd, and see the power of government come together when they have on a central mission. The mission was to help relocate our school and programming to a new location, as well as over the course of building this relationship with Earl King Sr., we were able to learn about different Dslbd programs. We were able to apply for the DCSEU back office support program, and they get put in contact with some legal resources that have been able to help us, well beyond that, just that program, and now are part of our an extension of our legal team. We've really appreciated the mentorship from the Dslbd staff in terms of helping us, identify opportunities that are a good fit for us. I think they leverage a lot of experience in the finance world from, Fortune 500 companies and mainstream financial institutions, and they brought a lot of that into local government. It's been, like I said before, a blessing to work with these guys, and just wanted to share a few thoughts and advocate for some of the programs I've participated in that have worked out well for myself and my organization through PTAC and in Disb and the mayor's office CPAF program alike. I've written my testimony down for the record, and can yield the remainder of my time to all the other panelists.
We'll yield it back to the committee, actually, and we'll turn to the next witness, who's going to be Kyle Todd. And it is good to see you, Kyle Todd, who is the Executive Director of Tinleytown Main Street. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good to see you too. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. As the council member said, my name is Kyle Todd, and I am Executive Director of the Tinleytown Main Street. I want to begin by thanking you all for your continued support of the entire DC Main Streets program through Dslbd. While I may be new to Tinleytown Main Street, I am not new to the DC Main Street's family, and I can attest firsthand to the incredible impact that the DC Main Streets program has had on the district's business community. During FY22, Tinleytown Main Street provided $30,000 in grants and technical assistance to corridor businesses. Of that, $16,000 was used to hire district-based experts, or CBEs, to provide technical assistance and other grant services to our businesses. Art All Night brought 19,000 visitors and their dollars to Tinleytown Main Street shops and restaurants while enjoying music and art. 4 new locally owned businesses joined us over the last year, while our longstanding businesses continue to thrive. As the new City Ridge development nears completion, we look forward to welcoming even more new small businesses and neighbors to our community. I also want to take a minute to note the amazing work of the Wisconsin Avenue Clean Team, headed up by Charlie Whitaker of Career Path DC. Team does the heroic work of keeping our sidewalks clean and accessible. In FY22 alone, the team removed over 70 tons of trash, remediated graffiti, removed posters and stickers, and cared for nearly 340 street trees. Like all of our Main Street colleagues, we work with businesses throughout their life cycle from opening to legacy status. Our support for businesses is all-encompassing. We not only provide marketing assistance, promotions, activities, and grants from our Main Street programming funds, but we regularly assist our businesses in applying for grants from other district agencies, such as Dslbd's Great Streets program. We strive to be partners to both businesses and district agencies. DC Main Street funding, along with Clean Team funds through the Department of Small and Local Business Development, continue to enable Tinleytown Main Street and to make major strides in improving how customers view and engage with our business district. And as the district's small business economy continues to bounce back from the pandemic, these funds allow us to showcase our corridor to future business neighbors. The DSLB team has worked tirelessly to help us help small business owners. As we look to the future of the district's economy, I'm eager to work with DSLBD and this committee to help bring DC's comeback plan to fruition. Main Street programs in DC are your best possible team members to deliver success from neighborhood commercial corridors. Thank you for all of your investments in small and local businesses and in historic business communities like Tinleytown that need those investments to keep pace with growth across the city. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have for me.
And thank you for your testimony. Our next witness this afternoon is Brian Basile.
Hey.
Good afternoon to you. You can begin your
Hear me? Yeah, thanks. I got off of that. I just got on.
Line stock, if you want to mute yourself, we can all hear you. So we're going to turn next to Brian Basile.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of this committee. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm the owner of Grand Central Restaurant, Bar, and Sportsbook located on 18th Street in Adams Morgan. We have been in business for 16 years this April. And Grand Central is also fortunate enough to be the district's first Class B sports wagering licensee. I'll get straight to the point. Grand Central would not be in business today if it wasn't for the DSLBD, period. In late 2018, when sports wagering first came on the map here in DC, is when DSLBD came to my attention. Little did I know that reaching out to them at that point would literally save my business a little over a year later. After studying and reading up on DSLBD and CBE requirements to acquire a sports wagering license, I cold called the office and Keith Howard picked up the phone. Keith and I just started talking and we hit it off. We are both football coaches and immediately started connecting on business, sports, and life. We exchanged pleasantries and I told him I would be back in touch as the process for sports wagering evolved. He said, "Not so fast. Let's work on making you a CBE." Explained to me the benefits and all the resources that DSLBD has to offer. It took me a while, but I started the process in late 2019 and became a CBE, I believe, on March 5th of 2020. 11 days later, the world shut down. I was in full panic mode. Sports wagering hit the back burner as the ultimate goal was to try to survive as a business. Keith reached out to me on his own and let me know some of the resources that were available, including grants that never even crossed my mind in the mode that I was in. I applied for a few and received a robust retail grant. That kept me alive in the darkest times of COVID. As the COVID closures became longer and longer, federal and local government helped us stay alive. It was at this point, it was time to refocus on the sports wagering license. When the wagering portal opened in 2020, I became very involved with Dslbd, as there are very stringent compliance standards with a Class B license. I worked very closely with Tyrone Hankerson, Terrence Wallace, Lorenzo McCrae, and others. The Dslbd helped me navigate the process, which, believe me, is not easy, especially when you are the first. They answered all my questions, they provided guidance, they were understanding, most importantly, they were transparent. In August of 21, Grand Central received the first ever Class B sports wagering license in DC, the first of its kind in the country, a milestone that I could not have achieved without the help and guidance of the men and women at Dslbd. Director Whitfield was one of the first to reach out to me to congratulate me and was in attendance with the other cast members from Dslbd at the ribbon cutting, which meant the world to me. The story doesn't end there. I've maintained my relationships with Dslbd from contract procurement to peer education to hosting events. I truly wish all small business owners in DC knew the vast array of resources they could offer. Dslbd is an oasis of information, support, and most of all, good people who care. I repeat the lead. Grand Central would not be open today if it wasn't for the help of the Dslbd. I am honored to testify today in full support and gratitude for and to Director Whitfield, Keith Howard, all those mentioned above, and every person who works hard to make the Dslbd what it is today. Thank you very much.
And thank you for sharing that story and testimony this afternoon. We're going to turn next to Executive Director for Shaw Main Street, Alex Padro. Good afternoon to you. You can your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee and committee staff, I'm Alexander M. Padro, Executive Director of Shaw Main Street since 2004. The past 3 years have been difficult ones for Shaw Main Streets and the businesses in our service area. Almost every business in Shaw has been under intense stress as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and its aftermath, and our nonprofit has likewise faced unprecedented challenges. As of today, 34 businesses in our service area have closed permanently since March 2020, 10 closed since last year's oversight hearing. That is the highest number of closures Shaw Main Streets has experienced in a 3-year period since our founding in 2003. Since restaurant spaces with kitchens in place are very attractive to new operators, most of the spaces have been released by their landlords, and many of the new businesses have already opened. Unfortunately, as Shaw is primarily a dining and entertainment destination, most of our businesses have not resumed full hours operation, primarily due to staffing issues. Public safety challenges have also negatively impacted a number of our businesses. Following FY 20 and 2021, when the focus of our efforts was helping our businesses survive, FY 22 was dedicated to business recovery. Helping our businesses recover meant spending more of our time and resources on promoting our businesses and providing them with marketing technical assistance, in addition to continuing assistance with grant and loan applications and parkland and street permits. We assisted some of our businesses with applications for Bridge Fund, Great Streets, Robust Retail, and other grants that have helped these businesses pay some bills. We also assisted our businesses with parkland and street area applications. At the peak, there were 30 businesses taking advantage of additional outdoor space in Shaw. 14 are currently taking advantage of these opportunities. Skipping down, because I know that our time is limited, wanted to share that we hope to bring back the Eat Drink Shaw event as a fully in-person event in 2023, hopefully in June, after having canceled it in 2020 and gone hybrid in 2021. We celebrated 23 new business openings in calendar 2022, most of them delayed by permitting, supply chain, and contractor issues. 13 and 14 new businesses opened in 2020 and 2021 respectively, so substantial increase. Thankfully, we've been able to resume 3 of our annual promotional events, Arnold Night, Shaw Open House, and Small Business Saturday as in-person events. And Shaw Open House came back in 2020 after a 2-year suspension. We're excited to expand the Shaw Clean and Safe team to a section of 11th Street Northwest in FY23, thanks to funding identified by Councilmember Pinto and supported by this committee. Our biggest current challenge is the need to replace our now 15-year-old Ford F-150 pickup truck, on which we had to spend $5,000 in repairs last month. The current Dslbd Clean Team grant expressly prohibits the purchase of vehicles with grant funds, despite the fact that the truck was originally purchased with grant funds. Ideally, we should purchase an electric truck instead of another gas guzzler if we're to support the city's environmental and sustainability objectives. The base price of the current model of our truck is $70,000. As other trucks purchased by our sister Main Street organizations face similar replacement needs, a global solution to this challenge should be explored. On behalf of all the DC Main Street local programs, thank you for your continued support for our organizations and the businesses in the neighborhood. I'll submit my full testimony.
We're going to turn to our next witness. Good afternoon to you. It's good to see you, Charlie Whitaker. You begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, council member. Today I'm testifying on behalf of the 64 employees of Career Path DC. I would like to first thank the mayor, the council members, and the Department of Local Business Development for the opportunity to work with DC residents. It is extremely important for a family to be able to become self-sufficient, to become successful. Today, the minimum wage and the living wage is identical in the District of Columbia, and that's a concern for the clean teams. In 2014, DC minimum wage was $9.50 an hour, and the living wage was $13.60 an hour. That is a $4.10 difference. Today, the minimum wage and the living wage is $16.50 an hour. On July the 1st, 2023, they both will be $17 an hour. Although the living wage has risen along with the minimum wage, in the past, the living wage has always been more than the minimum wage. To recruit quality candidates, we use the living wage as sort of a carrot to get some of the best workers for the job. Furthermore, programs like Project Empowerment are paying the same thing that the clean teams are paying at this point. And I would like for the council to take a look at this to see if it's some way that we can increase the living wage in the budget this year. My second concern is Connecticut Avenue Clean Team Corridor, which budget limits the ability to perform daily tasks. Career Path DC had that area from 2019 to approximately 2022. This service area was extremely difficult to manage because of the lack of resources on Connecticut Avenue. Connecticut Avenue budget was $121,000. However, the budget for Wisconsin Avenue, Tillytown, was $182,000. And this was, and the reason why their budget was so much better was because of Ms. Miles. Ms. Miles did some great advocating for Tillytown main streets. However, both of these areas are comparable in size. And in the summer months, Connecticut Avenue have a lot of foot traffic in Woodley Park because of the zoo. So I would like to for the council to take a look at maybe adding another $50,000 to $75,000 in order that Connecticut Avenue can get two full-time employees and a part-time supervisor, so they will have enough staff so that they can give the people on Connecticut Avenue the attention that they need. I would also, okay, I'm going to I would like to just thank Director Whitfield, Christina Amoroso, and Lincoln Lashley for giving us all the support that we definitely need to make sure that our people get paid on time and to make sure that our reporting is correct. I'd like to say thank you, guys.
All right, we're going to move to our next witness on the public witness list, and that's Leonard Greenberger. Good afternoon to you. You begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes. You're on, we can't hear you. It does not appear that you're muted, but we cannot hear you.
Is that better?
We can hear you now.
Okay. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie, members of the committee. My name is Leonard S. Greenberger, and I am a member and advisor to DC Public Restroom. And it's on that organization's behalf that I testify today in support of the DC government's efforts to provide safe, affordable access to public restrooms for the city's residents and visitors. Let me begin by expressing my appreciation to Dslbd for taking the Community Restroom Incentive Pilot Program, one of 2 restroom pilots provided under Law 22-280, the Public Restroom Facilities Installation and Promotion Act, so seriously, and for taking a number of important steps to implement it. These include issuing the draft rulemaking for the pilot in January 2022 for public comment, incorporating several of our suggestions, and issuing the final rulemaking in June of 2022. Reaching out last spring to bids to identify interest in participating in the pilot, selecting a bid, and working towards finalizing an agreement with this bid, and for continuing to reach out to us to receive our input and advice including the findings and recommendations from Marsha Birnbaum's trip to London in December of last year, which updated a 2018 report we issued on the community toilet scheme in England, which we believe serves an excellent model for the community restroom incentives pilot here. And while I'm at it, I want to also thank Virginia Marie Rohrer, who is doing an excellent job overseeing the implementation of the pilot on the part of DSLBD, and Bobby Dorsey, the DSLBD Deputy Chief of Staff, who from very early on has reached out to us for our advice and guidance based on our knowledge of that community toilet scheme over in England. We know that the council and the administration have 1,000 pressing issues to which they must attend, and we appreciate the time and effort that you all have made towards making this community restroom incentive pilot a reality. It's very gratifying to see the pilot begin to take shape after many years of working with the council, the mayor, my colleagues at DC Public Restrooms, and so many others to make it happen. We look forward to continuing our work with you to bring affordable, safe access to public restrooms for our residents, workers, tourists, bicyclists, runners, Uber drivers, bus drivers, and so many others who deserve nothing less. Thank you again for your hard work on this important effort and for giving me the opportunity to testify today.
And thank you for your testimony. Next, we're going to turn to Letitia Atkins, Director of Pennsylvania Avenue East Main Street. Good afternoon to you. It's great to see you. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee. My name is Letitia Atkins, and as mentioned, I am the Director of the Pennsylvania Avenue East Main Street. Today, I would like to explain the value of the Department of Small and Local Business Development's Main Street program to the Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast Corridor in the broader community. The Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast Corridor has struggled through years of financial, economic, and social hardship, and has attempted to reinvent itself many times over the years. Establishing the Pennsylvania Avenue East Main Street has meant a dedicated stream of funding and planned and coordinated support to this half-mile stretch of Pennsylvania Avenue. More importantly, the creation of a Main Street program is supporting small business owners who, in many ways, are the bedrock of the community. These businesses enrich the community and provide accessible neighborhood-based services. With funding from DSLBD, the Pennsylvania Avenue East Main Street is able to provide informational, training, and financial support to small businesses. Furthermore, PIMS advocates for the 52 small businesses in its footprint. Many of the corridor's small businesses face barriers of access to resources that stem from several factors. Long-standing issues like lack of proper accounting, tech literacy, and the absence of back office support play a major role in access to grant and financial assistance provided by the federal and city governments. DSLBD funding has been integral to the survival of many of the corridor small businesses. In addition to the direct support provided to Ward 7 via PIMS, DSLBD funding has leveraged other opportunities. Perhaps the most important is the Pennsylvania Avenue East Small Area Plan out of the Office of Planning. PIMS served as a member of the Community Advisory Committee, working with the district government, community stakeholders, and residents to brainstorm and co-develop recommendations for the plan. The Small Area Plan framework dovetailed nicely with the economic development and community vitality goals of PIMS. The coordination of two district government agencies has made for a more robust and expansive process. In closing, the Pennsylvania Avenue East Main Street aims to be a robust commercial corridor that contributes to the economic vitality of the Ward 7 community. The city's continued investment will allow this vision to come to fruition. I want to thank you, Chairman McDuffie, the mayor, and the DC City Council for your faith in our organization. Director Whitfield and her team are incredibly supportive and work diligently to ensure that we are helping small businesses to survive and thrive along the Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast Corridor. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Great timing on it. We're going to turn next to Anwar Salim, Executive Director of the 8th Street Main Street. And good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony. I'm not sure if you are talking, but we cannot hear you, nor can we see you.
Okay, yeah, just turn me on. Good evening, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the council. My name is Anwar Salim. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear and see you, so if you want to.
Okay, I'm at the doctor's appointment. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the council. My name is Anwar Salim, the Executive Director of H Street Main Street. Post-COVID pandemic, we at H Street Main Street have continued to provide services to the businesses along the H Street corridor and our extended service area, Bladenberry Road and Benning Road Northeast. With the assistance of our team and funding from Dslbd, the H Street area continues to grow with excitement and into a more profound expression of our community. Throughout 2022, FY22 until today, we have provided businesses with technical assistance such as grant applications, permit and licensing assistance, small grants, and marketing assistance to promote their business. In addition, we have assisted business owners with lease and new location assistance and relocation of existing businesses. For example, we have been working with Mason's Barbershop, a legacy business on H Street, which opened on March 4th, 1961 to relocate their business and purchase their building. In addition, we manage 4 clean teams within our service area. H Street, Benning Road, Ward 6 and Ward 7, and Ivy City and Ward 5. We also manage activities and repairs at the Starburst Plaza and at-risk public space. By the end of this year, we would have held over 8 events: H Street Festival, Out All Night, a series of events at the Starburst, and the H Street Holiday Market. These events will collectively attract nearly 200,000 participants and improve many business platform bottom lines. We are now in participation in preparation for the H Street Festival. Unfortunately, foot traffic in our service area has not reached pandemic levels. With 20 cannabis establishments along the H Street corridor, in addition to those competing and selling on the streets, we have our share of challenges with safety and imaging. We also have a high number of homeless people along the corridor, as well as people who demonstrate mental health conditions. We are in dire need of wraparound services and partnering with city agencies to help correctly identify, categorize, and address these issues, and to allow business personnel to do what they do best, run their business. We are surveying businesses within our service area to identify their pressure points or challenges. Once this step is completed, we will meet with business collectively to determine their overall pressure points or challenges. From the collection of data, we would identify and with a timeline find solutions. Our service area contains over 350 businesses. About 60% are located in Ward 6, while the remaining 40 are
We may have lost the tail end of Anwar Salim's testimony, so we're going to go ahead and move to our next witnesses. I appreciate everybody who's already testified, all the work that you all are doing across the city. I know a lot of you all are primarily affiliated with Main Streets and Clean Teams, and I have been out to see that work firsthand. I know how important it is that it continues. So thank you for the work that you're doing, and I look forward to seeing more of it. We're going to turn to our next panel, if staff can transition the next panel of witnesses.
okay. It just came back on. It's too late. It just came back on. Is it too late?
Yeah, if you'd like to submit the rest of your testimony in writing, that would be helpful. And obviously, we know that you are no stranger to providing additional follow-up to some of the things that you mentioned in your testimony, Mr. Salim.
Okay, well, I only had another paragraph, but I'll submit it.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Our next witness this afternoon is Sylvester Bush with MGS Group, Inc. Good afternoon to you. You can turn on your video, unmute yourself, and begin your testimony.
I can't turn my video on. I'm clicking it, but I don't know if you guys haven't.
All right. I didn't hear what you said, Sylvester.
I can't, you guys are not allowing me to show the video. Okay. Okay, start my video.
You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, well, let me go ahead and do it. Somehow the video is not working. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie. My name is Sylvester Bush, President of the MGS Group, Inc., a DC-based service disabled veteran-owned business located in Ward 7. The MGS Group, Inc. provides supplies about 1.7 million plus products from 10 different industries. Our inventory includes safety and PPE, IT, office supplies and furniture, medical, laboratory, janitorial, and industrial supplies. We provide a one-stop shop where businesses can place secure orders online and track them in real time. Some of our current clients are DC Water and Sewer Authority, Smithsonian Institute, H.D. Woodson Senior High School, and Excel Academy. The MGS Group, Inc. has experienced a positive working relationship with the staff of the Department of Small and Local Business Development. In October 2016, I met Mr. Earl King, Senior Business Procurement Specialist with the DC TTAC, who became my mentor. Mr. King provided insight on the developing a good capability statement, becoming CBE certified, attending DSLB training events, resolving barriers and impediments that may impact the business, providing financial institution contacts that may assist with access to capital, and continuous one-on-one mentoring sessions when needed. The MGS Group, Inc. would not be where it is today without the mentoring of Mr. King. The MGS Group, Inc. received its CBE certification along with many other certifications, Service Disabled Veteran-Owned Small Business, DC Department of Transportation, DBE, Maryland Department of Transportation, MBE, SBE, DBE, Virginia Department of Transportation, DBE, and local disadvantaged business enterprise, LDBE, that have positioned us to realize opportunities with other entities, subsequently generating revenue. I believe that the District of Columbia Dslbd is a great resource, and their PTAC provides outstanding service. The PTAC staff is proactive and is always developing training that is current, relevant, and address best practices in operating a business. Dslbd as a whole and its PTAC division in particular are vital programs for small businesses in their startup, growth, and maturity stages. Their staffs are an invaluable asset to the District of Columbia government. I laud their outstanding performance in supporting the development, economic growth, and retention of district-based businesses and promoting economic development throughout the district commercial quarters, which is especially needed in these challenging times due to the dire economic situation as a result of flexible work patterns. Thank you for allowing us to share, and I am finished.
And thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is Robert Maines, who's Executive Director of the Woodley Park Main Street. Good afternoon to you. It's good to see you. It was good to see you this weekend for the opening of Flavor Church. Begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to appear before you this morning. Actually, it's been a little bit beyond that now. It's noon. My name is Robert Maines. I'm the Executive Director of Woodley Park Main Street. As you'll be aware, there was significant discussion regarding the process of awarding the Main Street grant for our neighborhood in 2021. And I'd like to thank the Council for providing us the space needed to focus our efforts on our beneficiaries and to prove our value to the businesses of Woodley Park. Let me begin by seconding my colleagues in underscoring the importance of DSLBD and the Main Street program for local businesses. When I took over the Main Street program in Woodley Park in March of 22, the impact of the pandemic on the neighborhood was staggering. The combination of COVID, the closing of the Marriott Wardman, the reduction in visitors to the National Zoo, and the fact that fewer conferences were taking place at the Omni Showroom led some businesses to report an 80% decline in revenues. The storefront vacancy rate was 25%. And along Connecticut Avenue, that's staggering. I personally know multiple business owners who owe between $100,000 and $200,000 in back rent. Most property owners have been working hand in hand with their tenants to ensure that everyone survives the pandemic. And I particularly commend Dslbd's Bridge Fund grant for aligning the interests of business and property owners to help make that happen. In terms of our efforts, last year we provided $70,000 in grants to local businesses. We provided technical assistance, much like my colleagues, including businesses and marketing plans, helping apply for grants and obtaining of permits. And we worked with businesses and property owners to navigate conflicts where possible. We're working with MPD to address neighborhood security issues, most recently a spate of nighttime break-ins that have been occurring throughout the neighborhood. And it's been my pleasure to work with the ANC 3C, the Woodley Park Community Association, Cleveland and Woodley Park Village, businesses, vendors, and neighbors to do a number of things for the first time in Woodley Park, including the organizing of markets. We had one on Father's Day last year that was very successful. We're doing that quarterly, and to bring Art All Night to Woodley Park for the first time. We worked with the Woodley Park Community Association to launch monthly dinners, bringing neighbors to restaurants and reinforcing the bonds between the two. And with my colleague Cassandra in Cleveland Park, we've organized a whole bunch of things, the Tuesday Talk Series, Holiday Lights Festival, Shop the Red Line, and we're now doing an initiative to bring zoo-related street art to our neighborhoods. I'm particularly proud, as Chairman McDuffie mentioned, to have opened Flavature this weekend, the neighborhood's first Black-owned restaurant. Chefs Pinky and Mac welcome Chairman McDuffie, Councilmember Fruman, Dslbd Director Whitfield, Restaurant Association President Sean Townsend, neighbors, friends, and family. And the collaboration between them and property owner Mark Spiegel is an exemplary effort of how a community can come together to ensure everyone's success. And it was our pleasure to provide a grant to the business and to work with Mr. Spiegel and HPRB to prepare the facade for opening. With your support, that of Dslbd, Councilmember Fruman's office, the ANC, and the neighborhood, we hope to make the program even more impactful in the year ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Wendell Kwan with the Congress Heights Main Street. Afternoon to you, and you can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. We want to first start by congratulating you. We're happy that you will be representing us in Ward 8. We look forward to working with you. And thank you for this opportunity to support the performance of Dslbd. The performance over the past year has been outstanding. Dslbd has helped us in a number of ways with our Main Street, and that includes the continued support for the Clean Team and assistance with direct grants, and also technical assistance and professional development that we have received by attending the National Main Streets conferences. I want to say that with the support of the additional staff at Dslbd, that has helped us tremendously expand our capacity. We are a CDC that runs programs other than the Main Street. And so with the support of Dslbd, we have been able to leverage other resources to help our businesses. The challenge that we faced on our Main Street still lingers from the COVID challenges, but we have been able to help a number of businesses by giving them additional technical assistance through the support of Dslbd, grant funding that has come available to us. We have our first food access grant business that will be coming to us. And the most exciting thing is that we have been able, through the Main Street support, to develop a public-private partnership with Emerson Collective and also Red Brick Development, which will be bringing 12 new businesses to the Main Street. And the support through the funding from Dslbd has helped us to provide technical assistance. These are 12 new Ward 8 related African-American business startups that will be in an incubator program in an interim retail village over the next 3 to 5 years. And so in conclusion, I would say that the performance of DSLBD over the past year has been outstanding, and the reforms that have been made in the discussions that we had last year has helped us tremendously. And so thank you for the opportunity to support DSLBD. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony this afternoon. We appreciate it. Our next witness is Keisha Cofield, owner of Blue December. Good afternoon.
Hello. Hi.
Testimony.
Hi. Thank you for considering my testimony. I am Keisha Cofield, a native Washingtonian, resident of Ward 5 and a Ward 8 business owner. As a Ward 8 Congress Heights small business owner, I have received excellent technical assistance services from the Congress Heights Main Street program and DSLBD. As a recipient of the DSLBD Dream Grant, the assistance I received includes, but not limited to, business planning, entrepreneurial training, one-on-one business technical assistance, accounting assistance, software assistance. This assistance has allowed me to increase my customer base, sales, and staffing support. DSLBD and Congress Heights Main Street program has also assisted me with the K-Fresh market. I would like to commend DSLBD and the Main Streets program for their service to small businesses. Chairman McDuffie, thank you for this opportunity to commend DSLBD's performance. Thank you.
And thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is Andre Williams. Do not see Andre Williams panel, so I'm going to move on. If you're able to join Andre Williams, try to get your testimony before we move on to our government witness. The next person on the list is Justin Fanning of Metro Washington. And good afternoon to you. You begin your testimony.
Afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee. My name is Justin Fanning. I'm a vice president with Golden and Stafford, a CBE excavation company in Northeast DC. Today, I'm here representing the 553 member companies of Associated Builders and Contractors of Metro Washington, the preeminent voice for construction in the District of Columbia. While we certainly do not relish testifying about an area of disagreement with DSLBD, we find ourselves forced to do so. Specifically, DSLBD's method of awarding or withholding CBE credit does not comport with the district CBE statute and has become severely problematic for CBE firms. The district CBE statute is straightforward. It states that 1, contractors on district assisted projects must subcontract a minimum of 35% of the project budget to CBEs. And 2, a CBE must perform at least 35% of its subcontract with its own organization and resources. Prior to the enactment of Bill 20181, CBEs were not required to actually perform any work. Thus, the council wanted to ensure that the CBE must perform a function, so they set the self-performance minimum at 35% of a CBE's subcontract and codified this into DC law. The council expressly did not and never intend to limit CBE credit to only the work that was self-performed. Yet this is how DSLBD has recently began implementing the CBE law. In defending their decision to limit CBE credit to self-performed work, DSLBD conflates 2 distinct issues: self-performance versus commercially useful function. Specifically, DSLBD argues that their authority to disregard participation by a CBE when said CBE serves no commercially useful function in the performance of the contract also permits the agency to deduct the CBE credit for the work that is not self-performed. In essence, DSLBD considers all work not self-performed as not commercially useful to the project. This interpretation is directly at odds with the legislative history and the plain meaning of the statute and the entirety of the legislative record. In closing, I'd like to provide a real-world example of the difference between the self-performance requirement and commercially useful function requirement. My company, Golden and Stafford, is a CBE excavation firm that always performs far more than 35% of our contracts with our own workforce and resources. Depending on our workload at any given time, however, we may need to hire other companies to haul the excavated earth away from construction sites. While this portion of the work may not be self-performed, it is without question commercially useful to the project. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Gabriella Mossy, Executive Director of Uptown Main Street and Petworth Main Street. Okay. We don't see Gabriella Mossy on the panel. Give just a moment. Gabriella Mossy, if you can unmute yourself and turn on your video, we are ready to hear your testimony.
Good day. Yes, we're here. Let's see if we can get our video. Ah, there we go.
Good afternoon. It's good to see you.
Can you hear us? Good to see you. This is Gabriela Mossy and
Jarvis Campbell. Hello, how are you?
Yeah. And we have here with us
from Mita Cafe.
Yes, council member, if I may, I thought that me as the executive director for Uptown and Petworth Main Street, I thought that I'd use my 3 minutes to introduce you to some business owners here on the 700 block of Kennedy Street. I think as a testament of the positive work that Main Street does, I texted these folks this morning and they're taking time of their busy day to be here with us. I want them to introduce themselves and their businesses. We are here right now at Mita Cafe, where is an Ethio-Japanese wonderful food. As you can see, I have some sushi that I will be enjoying as soon as we are done. But here's Jarvis to introduce himself.
Hello, my name is Jarvis Campbell. I am one of the co-owners of HR Records. We're a vinyl music shop located just across the street. We're very committed to the community and appreciate all the support that we've gotten so far. This is our 5th year and we're going strong. So again, just very excited to be here. And frankly, I think the community and the work that's being done is really important. And obviously, I think we need more support to be able to do that and more, I think. So
great. Okay, Chef Takehiko is here with us as well, and Ms. Rack. Oh, wonderful. Come in closer. Ah, great.
Hi, how are you?
Yes, they want to introduce themselves from Mita Cafe, but we have another guest, a CBE business here on Kennedy Street. Rodolfo Hernandez is here from Three Heads Creative. And again, another business that just showed up because we texted him this morning. Rodolfo, come on camera, talk about Three Heads Creative and what you do as a CBE.
How you doing? Mita, but I mean, Mita, you don't want to talk about it before? Hey, hi. Good afternoon. First of all, thank you so much for hosting us. My name is Rodolfo Hernandez. I'm the creative director of the Three Heads Creative. I'm very excited working here in the Kennedy Street since 2 years ago, right?
2 years.
2 years. Helping the local businesses and other businesses here in the city. Thank you so much, Ms. Rand.
I'm not perfect at English. I'm not speaking English very well, but I'm working in Kennedy Street, for 2 years. It's good now. No, I'm working with this neighborhood. So that's all.
Yeah. I just may I add that they have all been recipients of grants thanks to Dslbd, DC government grants, especially during the pandemic. So that's been a great help. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them, but those are our 3 minutes. So thank you.
A creative use of your 3 minutes. I think that was great. It was great to meet everybody today. And maybe I'll get out there with my team to visit you all in person sometime soon. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we're gonna have Carolyn Rudd, founder of CRP Inc. It is always a pleasure to see you and you can begin your testimony.
Chairman McDuffie, members of the committee, staff, residents, and business representatives, good afternoon. I am Carolyn Roy, President and CEO of CRP Incorporated, one of the leading minority women-owned businesses in the District of Columbia. Today, I am honored to share my observations on the work of Dslbd and how CRP has benefited from our strategic partnership with Dslbd. I have witnessed firsthand the impact of Dslbd in my capacities as a minority female entrepreneur and as a former chair of the DC Chamber Board of Directors. Dslbd has been instrumental in CRP's resilience and growth in the district as a CBE, in part because of the procurement referrals and other services we have received from Dslbd and PTAC. Currently, CRP participates as a partner in piloting the District Enterprise System, or DES, which streamlines processes within Dslbd's business areas, including certification, compliance, and grants management. As a partner in the beta testing of the DES, CRP works with Dslbd, ensuring that systems functionalities are enhanced and the technology and process barriers are either reduced or eliminated, thus increasing the probability that the new DES system will succeed when it is officially launched. The beta testing demonstrates Dslbd's transparency and commitment to continuous improvement and to incorporate CBE end-user feedback and experiences using the system. When I serve as chair of the DC Chamber Board, Dslbd helped us to accelerate small business growth in the district through our partnership. They partnership with us on the Small Business Summit, the Retail Summit, the Women in Business luncheons, and trade missions. As I close, I want to thank Director Whitfield and her staff for being visible, valuable, and available to small businesses in the district. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you so much for your testimony this afternoon. Ms. Redd, we're going to go next to William Jordan. In your testimony, if you're present, there you are. If you can unmute yourself, it's good to see you again today, and you can begin your testimony. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and committee. My name is William Jordan, 35-year resident of the Columbia Heights neighborhood in Ward 1. Starting in 2002, myself and other neighbors were instrumental in the planning, design, and implementation of the Columbia Heights Public Realm and Civic Plaza, and establishing the Columbia Heights Small Business Fund, which included $2 million from the TIF from the DC USA project, the establishment of the Columbia Heights Green Team Farmers Market, as well as working to get the corridor included in the city's Great Streets program. As well, the establishment of the funding and advocacy effort to get the Main Street program to 14th Street that's currently run by District Bridges. I mean, this is going to be very painful and difficult testimony for me, but I'm here to share my pain and disappointment in the condition of the 14th Street corridor, the public space plaza, the small business environment, and the Main Street's role in all of this. I would characterize it as underperforming and neglectful of the treasure that the Columbia Heights Public Realm was designed to be, of community pride, diversity, and inclusion and equity. Further, I am concerned about the use of the inequitable defensive urbanism approaches being employed in the corridor. This is especially true when you look at the loss of the Wawa. I urge the Dslbd to completely blow up the 14th Street Main Street program, bring it in line with what is needed to have an equity program that's designed for inclusion and under the guidance of Main Street principles. I urge Dslbd management team to join me in walking through this corridor along with this committee to look at the business environment day and night along this area of the 14th Street corridor. I asked the committee to fund an independent review of the 14th Street program to look as it moves forward And I also recommend that the program come under some form of receivership. And I'll end by saying, I'm going to send photos and my testimony to back up what I've said. I think the example of the tiny timber fiasco shows it all of the problem that we have. We need a receiver for this program. We need to move quickly. We cannot afford for this great treasure of 14th Street corridor to be graded on a curve and to watch our small businesses languish and people who live in this community tolerate substandard conditions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll be sure to follow up with Director Whitfield about it. And I imagine she's listening, her team is listening. I'd love to hear her thoughts on that program. Thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Kamayu Donadale.
Yes, can you hear me?
Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us at the committee. Begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and committee. I am here to testify on behalf of Dslbd and the CBE process and some of their workers. My company is Foundation Entertainment. We are an LLC. We have been a certified business entity, CBE, for approximately 3 years. And I cannot speak highly enough about Keith Howard. It's like we've grown up together, both in our fields. At every level I moved up, Mr. Howard seemingly moved up with me. Mr. Howard was the first person that I spoke to by happenstance. I came in and registered to speak with someone from the CBE office or Dslbd office about becoming a CBE. Mr. Howard, the person that I registered with, was not available. Mr. Howard stepped forward. And from there, it was just, we just worked together. Let's see. Mr. Howard came to me. Like I said, he was the first person to speak to me about the CBE process. Then he became my CBE caseworker as I moved forward within the program. As I attained my CBE, Keith then became my PTAC advisor. The opportunity, resources, guidance, and support that I've received from Mr. Howard and the District of Columbia have been great. I can personally say that from the beginning, the agencies like Dslbd, DCRA, and DCOTR have done a fantastic job in charting a path to help small business and local companies like myself successfully do business within DC government. Each step of the way, I have been supported by knowledgeable, passionate professionals who have been critical in expanding my company's ability to active participate in procurement and bidding processes, all of which have led to my first contract with Department of Parks and Rec. The district's effort to encourage local and small businesses to do business in the DC government space in turn allow us to create opportunities for the community. With Mr. Howard's help and guidance, I have qualified for several grants and that have enabled me to maintain and grow Foundation Entertainment operations, and as a result, have been able to hire within and support our local DC community. Foundation Entertainment actively recruits teens and young adults from the Marion summer program and school program for internships and hands-on the job training and opportunities, particularly during the summer when our event support increases. It is a great feeling to be able to help the district in the district and help young people from the district the same way that the district has helped.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're gonna have Andrew Shapiro as our next witness, and we're gonna transition as well to our next panel of witnesses. As I mentioned earlier, we had 30 people sign up to testify about the performance of the Department of Small and Local Business Development. So we want to be mindful of our time, and we're going to turn next to Andrew Shapiro. Good afternoon again to you, and you can begin your testimony.
Uh, Good afternoon, council member and committee. It's good to see you again. I am testifying on behalf of support for the Main Street program. It has been my very good fortune to work first as a small business fellow and now as a consultant with both the Uptown and Petworth Main Street programs. And I have found the work they do very powerful. You saw earlier a testament from three the business owners on Kennedy Street who are both very active and involved in the community and have been very strong supporters of the program and have benefited very much from what the Main Street program has done. So it was good to see them on. I just wanted to speak in support of a program that I've come to learn a lot about over the past couple of years. I come to it untraditionally, as I was a long time restaurant employee, a bar manager, bartender, who over the pandemic became very acquainted with a lot of the programs of the Department of Small and Local Businesses and what they were doing to support both the hospitality community and the small business community in DC. I discovered that they had a wealth of program and support, and one of those was the Main Street program, which I was fortunate to be connected with over a year and a half ago, and have been working with since. The work the Main Street program does is really powerful. A lot of it is connecting to smaller businesses and communities that oftentimes might get overlooked by larger organizations, but are critical to the neighborhoods where they are and provide amenities, retail, food, and beverage options to a lot of communities. And the work that the Main Street programs have been doing in support to keep these businesses around has been vital coming out of the pandemic. And in particular, the work in connecting them with the larger communities around them via neighborhood festivals. Art All Night was mentioned. In Petworth, there was Petworth Jazz Fest, Petworth Porch Fest, Celebrate Petworth, and other programs where the community and the local businesses got strong interaction. And this work is critical. Feel it is important to expand the work that the Main Street programs are doing because they are so integral to supporting the small local and legacy business communities in the city. And those are vital to both the vitality and, keeping neighborhoods dynamic, but also providing very important support and amenities to residents across the city. So just wanted to thank the committee again for the opportunity to speak and for the creation of the Main Street program many years back. The work it's done has been incredibly important and hope that it continues to get support to move forward in doing that work. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is Jessica Melander, Executive Director of Upper Georgia Avenue, Main Street. Thanks for joining us this afternoon, and you can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jessica Melander, and I'm the Executive Director of the Upper Georgia Avenue Main Street program. We're a program of the Center for Nonprofit Advancement, and we represent over 200 retail businesses in Shepherd Park, Tacoma, Brightwood, and the Parks at Walter Reed development along Georgia Avenue in Ward 4. I'm here to testify on behalf of our organization and especially on behalf of my Community Advisory Committee, who've been working very hard this past year to support the businesses on Upper Georgia Avenue. Our Main Street had an amazing year of growth in fiscal year 22. We were able to grow our Community Advisory Committee to 7 active members. We awarded nearly $44,000 in grants and technical assistance to 11 businesses, several of which were brand new to the corridor or who had never interacted with the Main Street before. We also hosted Art All Night for the second time, which activated 7 locations and included over 40 artists, exhibits, and local vendors. We were also able to shepherd investment from other grant programs in the city onto the Georgia Avenue corridor. Our organization provided technical assistances to 4 businesses in applying for the Great Streets grant last year, and 3 of those 4 businesses were awarded funds of $50,000 each, representing a total investment of $150,000 on our corridor. We also hosted training sessions jointly with the Parks Main Street for businesses on Dslbd's Robust Retail Grant, and 5 of our businesses were awarded that $7,500 grant, representing an additional $37,500 in funding. This has been a hard year for businesses, We've seen strong, long-standing businesses across the city, such as 3 Stars Brewing, Bad Saint, and many other DC institutions close their doors, even as pandemic regulations have been scaled back and things are supposed to be moving back to normal. Small business owners have expressed both exhaustion and frustration to me. They've been working long hours, sometimes all alone, and are still recovering from their financial losses of 2020 and 2021. It is more critical now than ever that Main Street programs exist, that we are on the ground to connect these business owners to opportunities where we can. The vast majority of the businesses on the Upper George Avenue corridor are Black or immigrant owned, and we know that capital investment in these businesses is often significantly lower than in their white owned counterparts. This type of hyperlocal support and the Main Street approach that we provide can be a lifeline for these businesses who might not otherwise be able to access the funding and support they need. Dslbd is a great partner in our efforts to help these businesses. They're flexible with businesses when they need to be and supportive of our work as Main Street directors. And I'm extremely grateful to the staff of the DC Main Streets program for working with us in what has grown into one of the largest urban Main Street programs in the country. I'm also grateful to the members of this committee for your investment in small and local businesses and business communities across the district that desperately need those investments to thrive. Thank you.
And thank you so much for your testimony this afternoon. We appreciate it. Our next witness is Chris McNeil. Good afternoon. You can begin.
Yes. Good afternoon. Can you guys see me or hear me? Okay, I see it right there. All right. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and committee members. It is truly an honor to present today. My name is Christopher McNeil, and I'm the president and CEO of the Million Book March. I'm here today in support of the wonderful work that Dslbd is doing in the district. I would like to thank Dslbd Director Christy Whitfield and the We Aspire team, Kate Maryland and Carolyn Howe. I would also like to thank Keith Howard and Michelle Harris for their assistance with the PTAC registration process. In the spring of 2022, Dslbd partnered with Marshall Heights Community Development Organization and provided a We Aspire boot camp for returning citizens. The We Aspire program assists returning citizens with their entrepreneur dreams. I participated in the last We Aspire cohort, and my company, the Million Book March, was awarded $7,500 for startup costs. We are an educational company that promotes literacy awareness and job training. We provide educational products, services, and resources that build stronger communities. I was able to use the funding I received from the We Aspire program to publish a children's book, which is titled The Cool Cat Travels the World. The book is a fun and exciting way to introduce elementary school students to geography. The main character, Cool Cat, takes the reader on a journey across the United States and world, highlighting every state, every capital, the 7 continents, and of course, the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. We know that reading is the foundation to education, and education is the key to success. Politicians and journalists often claim prison planners use 3rd grade reading scores to predict the number of future prison beds needed. While it has been found that this claim is mostly a myth, there is in fact a strong connection between early low literacy skills and our country's exploding incarceration rates. I'm so grateful that I was able to participate in the We Aspire program, and my vision to disrupt the school to prison pipeline is now a reality. My dream is to have my book, The Cool Cat Travels the World, reach all elementary DC public schools, as well as being shelved in all DC public libraries throughout the district. I appreciate the time today, and thank you.
And thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is Anaya Petty, Executive Director of the North Capitol Main Street.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. I'm Anaya Petty. I am the Executive Director of North Capitol Main Street. Designated in 2003, the North Capitol Main Street supports approximately 80 small businesses and community members spanning several neighborhoods. The North Capitol Main Street provides services across two distinct neighborhoods, Bloomingdale and Truxton Circle, which are divided by Florida Avenue Northwest. In addition, the coverage area borders the neighborhoods of Eckington to the east and Noma to the southeast. As a whole, over the past decade, the retail conditions have improved, and there continue to be several areas of opportunity to support local businesses and improve street level vibrancy. Our mission is to revitalize North Capitol Street as a vibrant commercial corridor leading from the United States Capitol building to all points north. Chartered by the National Trust for the Historic Preservation Main Street Program and the DC Department of Small and Local Business Development, NCMS is changing North Capitol and the surrounding neighborhoods into a robust and connected community of thriving businesses and diverse offerings. Despite the challenges presented by the COVID-19 pandemic, the Dslbd DC Main Street grant has enabled North Capitol Main Street to provide much needed support for over 40 businesses over the last 12 months. Support included grant writing, marketing, technical assistance, and general operating support, totaling $56,000 in direct subgrants to businesses. Of particular note, NCMS has also partnered with DC Water to award $150,000 in direct support to 19 businesses. This partnership was developed to mitigate the effects of major construction related to the Northeast Boundary Tunnel, which is the largest component of the Clean Rivers project. This work would not have been possible without the support of the DC Main Streets program administered by the Department of Small and Local Business Development and the leadership of the council and this committee, Mr. Chairman. With this continued support, North Capitol Main Street continues with the mission which we are charged. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony. Thank you again for your leadership and support of the DC Main Street program. I am available now or at the end of the hearing for any questions you may have.
And thank you for testifying this afternoon. We appreciate it.
You're
Our next
welcome.
witness is Yvette Banfield, Chief Economic Development Officer with the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. Always a pleasure to see you. You can begin your testimony.
Likewise. Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie, and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My name is Yvette Banfield, and I am the Chief Economic Development Officer at the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. In my testimony, I really talk about all the accomplishments or highlight some of the accomplishments made by Dslbd, Department of Small and Local Business Development, particularly highlighting the leadership of Director Whitfield. But what I want to do just in my testimony today is kind of, instead of echoing some of the sentiments that were shared already today, highlighting some of the programs like the We Aspire program, the Robust Retail, the Train Green program that they administer and do such a great job at, and their support of CNHED's DCAP program and the Elevate program. I want to just maybe draw my attention to some of the recommendations and suggestions for the agency. And so I'll just go straight to that. As the committee reviews and reflects on Dslbd's performance in FY 2020 and 23, we would like to bring to the attention of the committee and Dslbd issues concerning small businesses, the Main Street program, and to suggest the district explore establishing an interagency small business council. Over the past 5 years, the district's Main Streets has grown exponentially from 12 to 28 programs. However, the program staffing hasn't kept pace with its growth. It is CNHED's understanding that the same team managing the Main Streets program is also responsible for overseeing the 18 clean teams, which covers 36 neighborhoods. Under these conditions, the agency is to be commended in its effort to maintain a program that appears to be severely understaffed. So CNHED, we recognize that some of the limitations that the agency has. And so we just wanted to bring this to your attention so that this could be hopefully addressed during the budget hearings. The Main Street organizations have experienced an increase in program requirements as well, without sufficient financial remuneration. With the additional program requirements being asked of the Main Streets, consideration should be given to the burden being placed on the Main Street organizations, especially when you're factoring the level of density, geographic size of the designated corridors. You already heard from some of the Main Street programs that talked about the width and the depth of their corridor. I mean, 80 businesses to 200 businesses. And so with increased services or increased program requirements, there should be some form of support to be able to help them. There is an opportunity for the district to better understand and address the needs of home-based businesses in the district. This is something that we've heard throughout the year, this past year. A lot of the businesses that have come to CNHED's working group meetings, we've heard that a lot of the programs and grant programs that have been offered aren't really available for them. The ongoing challenges of finding affordable commercial space and shared office space provides some businesses limited options to lease space. And then lastly, is just the need for interagency counsel, which you can read further in my testimony. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate your testimony. We do have some other witnesses we want to get to. I actually may have a quick question for you after I finish with the rest of these public witnesses. So next is Edwin Washington, who is the Executive Director of the Parks Main Street. It's good to see you, and you can begin your testimony.
Good to see you, Chairman McDuffie and committee members. I'm Edwin Washington, Executive Director of the Parks Main Street, a program of the City for Nonprofit Advancement. Our mission is promoting, enhancing, and sustaining vibrant local businesses for thriving communities in Manor Park and Riggs Park. Our vision is simple, where businesses know their neighbors and neighbors know their businesses. We advocate for small businesses in Riggs Park, straddling wards 4 and 5 of Upper Northeast, and Manor Park and Ward 4 of Upper Northwest. FY22 completed our 4th program year. Dslbd funding made it possible for us to award $52,000 in grants and technical assistance to 21 small businesses, improving exterior lighting for safety, shelving for reach-in glass door display freezers, digitizing records, lease payments, and other assistance. Awards were received by businesses owned by 10 Black women, 2 Korean Americans, a Chinese American, and a Hispanic American woman. Speaking of Black women business owners, Historic Manor Park Business District admirers throughout the DMV and nationally lost an iconic trailblazing business owner in Vanilla Bean, affectionately known as the DC Hat Lady. For 53 years, she owned Benet Millinery and bridal supplies until her death at 103 in October. The VIP room anchors a Historic Manor Park Business District operated by business and property owner Earlene Sampson for 44 years. 13 legacy businesses operating 15 years or more received grants, including the 2 previously mentioned legacy businesses with 40 plus years. There are 2 with 50 plus years, 1 with 30 years, 4 with 20 years, and 4 with 15 years plus. Technical assistance, including lease negotiation, workshops with Upper Georgia Avenue Main Street, and helping the VIP room receive a $50,000 grant in its first year of eligibility. TPMS hosted Art on Night, presented by Mayor Muriel Bowser, with funding from Dslbd and Commission on Arts and Humanities, and supported by Dslbd, helped us activate 6 venues in Riggs Park and Manor Park. Participants included musicians, dancers, live painting, singers, fashion comedians, models, comedians, hand dancers, double Dutch dancers, and more than 25 local vendors and food trucks. Our board serves as MCs. We also were holiday lights, our art crawl, Riggs Park and Manor Park. Director Whitfield leadership and execution by DC Main Street Coordinator Christina Amoruso and her staff. Input from Main Street executive directors were written into the 5123 FY23 Main Street grant. With directors visits, TPMS business owners know that they have an advocate, small business advocate, in Director Whitfield. Our board of directors is grateful for the productive partnership with Dslbd and the DC Main Streets team. I'm happy to answer any questions.
And thank you for your testimony this afternoon, Mr. Washington. I want to just note that we've been joined by Ward 5 Councilmember Zachary Parker. Councilmember Parker, I'll call on you for a round after our public witnesses conclude shortly. We're going to go next to Deborah Jones. I know we sent. I think Deborah Jones may be having some challenges with being promoted to the panelist. Oh, perfect. Want to unmute yourself and turn on your video? Are happy to hear your testimony. Are you there, Deborah? Are you work through appears you might be having some challenges. Can't hear or see you. We actually can hear you now, but we cannot see you. So
Okay, I can't seem to get my camera to work, but if you can hear me, I can give my testimony.
sure.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee. My name is Deborah Jones. I am the founding executive director of the Ward 7 Business Partnership, formerly known as the Deanwood Heights Main Streets. From our headquarters on Nanny Helen Burroughs Avenue, we provide technical assistance, storefront improvements, training, grant prep, and small annual sub-grants to businesses located in our Main Street footprint. The businesses are small, but their problems are not. These business owners are challenged every day to work in an underserved community where unemployment, homelessness, gun violence, and crime are prevalent, and we are proud to be of service. 3 of the many businesses that have benefited from our services are Minix Market, A1 Grocery, and Crystal's Flower and Gift Shop. You will meet them all today, and they will tell you a little about themselves. But let me tell you about a florist who never shut down during the COVID crisis. People were not allowed to gather, but families wanted to at least provide flowers to send their loved ones home. Her business is still today servicing a lot of funerals in addition to other life events and holidays. A year ago, when her aged refrigeration unit could not be repaired one more time and fresh flower services were threatened, W7BP, or the Ward 7 Business Partnership, was able to provide a sub-grant to assist her with replacing it, and her business's reputation remained intact. As I'm sure is true of the DC Main Streets organizations, the Ward 7 Business Partnership thanks the council for making funding available to us to run our programs and assist the small businesses located within our neighborhoods. However, additional funding would allow us to increase staff and would allow us to increase programming and to give more sub-grants and even expand our clean team to service a few more neighborhoods in and around Deanwood. In FY22, we received 2 Dslbd grants, one for our clean team and one for our Main Street services. We would like to thank the City Council for your support and thank Dslbd Director Whitfield and her staff, Christina Amoruso, Virginia Marie Rohr, and Lincoln Lashley, for providing their teamwork that makes the dream work. Without them, we would not be able to do what we do. Now that they are 28 DC Main Street organizations and Mayor Bowser's 5-year comeback plan, small businesses in DC will be at a whole different level in 2028. We thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness on our agenda is Joe Chow with Minix Market. Don't see Joe Chow. So we'll move on to Crystal Craft, who I do see with Crystal's Flower Shop. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for taking the time out to join us. You can begin your testimony.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I'm well, thank you. Begin your testimony.
Yes, my name is Crystal Craft. I'm the owner of Crystal's Flower and Gift Shop. Because of Ward 7's grants, I was able to replace my refrigerator that housed my flowers. I was able to continue my business during a very busy season, especially during COVID. Miss Deborah has also helped me to upgrade my bathroom facility. She also helped me to upgrade my signs on the front of my building. So I am very happy that that money was available to us during the last couple of years. And we also have other needs that through the grant that would help us to upgrade our building. So I am very thankful to Ward 7 for all that they have done to my brother and myself to upgrade our businesses. Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time out of running your business. It looks like you're in your business. So we really appreciate your time providing testimony this afternoon. The next witness on the list is Medina Genyu. You know what? I'm not even gonna, how do you pronounce your last name? You're with us. I think we attempted to promote you to panelist. Perfect. You see that you have joined us.
Yes, can you hear me now? Yes, Medina Ines.
Thank you for joining us. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes. We can't see you.
Okay.
I don't know if you are.
I'm on the phone.
Okay. All right. Well, you can proceed. Thanks. Can't hear you any longer if you're talking.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for having me on this testimony. I'm the owner of a corner store at Ward 7. I work at Ward 7 since 2018. The community is helpful. We have a good communication with the community. And we try to provide a healthy food to the community. We support the school, even we give the community about 100 turkeys every Thanksgiving. Ward 7 business partnership assists us with many things. Since I opened the store, they are on my side. They planned on front glass, front door, lights, and cooler. Even recently, the store SNAP program was disqualified. She helped us with Miss Jones. She helped us with the paperwork. Even she paid with a lawyer fee. Thanks to her. She also advertised our store to the community. I don't have enough words to thank Miss Jones. Thank you to her and the community. The store is improving. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for taking the time out to testify. We appreciate it. Our last witness for today in terms of public witnesses is Rob Halligan with Historic DuPont Main Street. Good afternoon to you. I want to turn on your video and unmute yourself. You can begin your testimony. Okay, looks like you dropped. And so we're going to turn actually before we go to our government witness. Again, I want to recognize Ward 5 Council Member Zachary Parker, if you'd like a round.
Yes, thank you, Chairman McDuffie. I will be brief, but really excited to join this committee to hear from Director Whitfield about the work that's happening at Dslbd. As we all understand that our business community and our small businesses in particular are the engines of our communities. I've heard from a number of Ward 5 residents around how we can strengthen our CBE program. And so I'll be paying particular attention to the conversation there in today's hearing, as well as I have a particular interest in how we can build out our co-op ecosystem here. And I'm hoping that Dslbd will be a partner in that, as well as gaining some clarity around the grants and the grant process through the office. But I just want to underscore that what we've heard from in today's hearing, what I've had an opportunity to hear, admittedly, I've been jumping in and out of hearings, is just the necessity of support for our small business community. And I'm hoping that I could be a part of that solution. So thank you for having me, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you for joining our hearing today. We look forward to working with you to address some of the challenges you raised and pursue some of the opportunities that I know lay ahead for you and all the small businesses in Ward 5. Thanks. Okay, I want to thank all the public witnesses who testified today. I want to, if is Yvette Banfield still with us? Okay, we'll follow up. We'll follow up with Ms. Banfield, as we normally do around this time. You provided some really solid testimony. I know you didn't have an opportunity to finish that testimony, and so we'll follow up as a committee with you specifically to make sure we have your written testimony for the record. And we're going to move to our government witness. That's Rob Halligan. Is Rob Halligan available to testify?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, good afternoon to you, and you can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chair, committee members, and staff. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to testify. As a now mature Main Streets, we're a high-functioning organization with a solid board of directors, community support, functioning committees, good fundraising, and sound cash flow, providing effective business assistance, sponsoring many marketing events that attracted thousands of people to DuPont Circle and Woodley Park over the past year, and doing what we can to enhance the DuPont and Woodley economic conditions with our capacity. For example, our Auto Night event brought approximately 21,000 people to 14 locations around DuPont Circle. Our most recent pop-up event in December attracted tremendous media attention, in addition to approximately 6,000 people shopping and dining around DuPont. Our DuPont Circle program received 2 grants from Dslbd, Main Street grant, and a Clean Team grant, which we used to employ Central Union Mission. Earlier this year, our ED, Bill McLeod, moved to DuPont Bid, and we now have the unique opportunity to restructure our program. We're presently engaging in the hiring process. We have an interim ED, and many board members, such as myself, are helping to keep the ship moving in the right direction. I'm speaking on behalf of Board Chair Mandy Warfield, who had another commitment today. Last year, we were also awarded the Woodley Park Main Street program. In addition to DuPont, while we had a rocky start, we had a very successful year in Woodley, and we were very lucky to hire Robert Means as the ED. He covered Woodley's progress in his testimony. We see unique opportunities to collaborate between the neighborhoods and look forward to reporting our future efforts. We've always felt that small Main Street programs getting the same grants as large programs was a bit unfair. Now that we're overseeing the program with 70 businesses and DuPont has 340, we see that firsthand. If you just divide up the ED's time by the number of businesses and each ED is charged with helping, you can see the manyfold difference between 4 and 5 times the amount of time that they would have. We respectfully ask that the council consider funding large programs with larger grants than smaller programs. We've been fortunate to get additional funding in some years, but it would be better for all concerned if such funding was more systematized in the regular Dslbd grant process. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll be interested in taking any questions.
And thank you for taking the time to provide testimony this afternoon. I don't have any questions for you, but I do want to again thank all the public witnesses who have testified about Dslbd, noting the theme along the Main Street testimony. I have some questions for Director Whitfield when she testifies about the status of our Main Street program. But before we get to that, I would like to already been promoted. And so we're going to turn to our government witness now. Christy Whitfield, good afternoon to you. And
good afternoon.
Begin your testimony. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
Well, actually, before you begin.
Oh, right.
Again, let me. I think you were probably here earlier and you heard me mention that the council has a rule now where we're going to be swearing in all of our government witnesses who are here before the committee. So You can raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide to the Council of the District of Columbia and the Committee on Business and Economic Development is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Now you can begin your testimony.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie, members of the council and local business community and residents of the District of Columbia. My name is Christy C. Whitfield, and I have the privilege of serving as the Director of the Department of Small and Local Business Development, also known as Dslbd. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's performance oversight hearing about the agency's impactful work and recent achievements. Dslbd's mission is to support the development, economic growth, and retention of district-based businesses and to promote economic development throughout the district's commercial corridors. To further this mission, Dslbd continues to raise the bar in supporting our local economy by upholding the work of local makers and retailers, advocating for certified businesses which keep local dollars local, expanding growth opportunities for equity participants, and greenhousing new ways to ensure that programming is relevant and meets businesses where they are at every stage of the entrepreneurial life cycle. Despite the very real and residual impacts of the pandemic, 2022 was a milestone of palpable best and first for many businesses, bolstering DC's reputation as the district of comebacks and further reinforcing DC's leadership status on the national stage when it comes to building pathways to success for small business. This past year, Mayor Bowser presented the best and most successful DC Art on Night in the festival's 11-year history, with 22 DC Main Streets, 4 business improvement districts, and 7 DC libraries hosting over 600 activations at over 275 venues, with 160,000 attendees across all 8 wards. Art on Night highlights the intersection of art and business and has been proven to be the largest display of culture, commerce, and community for our local creatives, incorporating a celebration of a myriad of art forms, including visual and performing arts, painting, photography, sculpture, crafts, fashion, music, dance, theater, film, and poetry, and the literary arts in both indoor and outdoor private spaces. I've personally heard from many participants at Art on Night yields their most profitable weekends, with entrepreneurs this past year boasting an average of 41.5% increase in sales. Last October, we were proud to build on this feat by bringing back the 3rd annual District Connect, our small business contracting expo, live and in person in collaboration with MLK Library. This highly successful event brought together over 500 small business owners, allowing them to connect and fellowship with one another, contracting staff from district agencies, private enterprises looking to spend with local business, and expert lenders committed to connecting them to capital. The key takeaway is that Dslbd continues to ensure that our programs are increasingly relevant for our businesses. Now, just a block down from where we hosted District Connect, Dslbd partnered again with the Downtown Business Improvement District to support the world-renowned downtown holiday market at 8th and F Streets. I had the great fortune of joining Mayor Bowser at the opening of this event, which marks the start of the local holiday season and ultimately resulted in over 40% increase in revenue for our local makers. In addition to elevating and supporting our local makers, Dslbd supported the district's retailers with its 4th and largest round of robust retail citywide grants since the program's 2019 inception. In 2022, Dslbd awarded over $1 million to over 130 businesses across all 8 wards, with up to $7,500 each. We know that it's important to support our corridors outside of the holidays as well, which is why the agency continues to support retailers year-round by building more transparent, accountable, and intentional partnerships with the district's 28 Main Streets and 40 clean teams. I would be remiss if I did not highlight how Dslbd continues to hold the door open for the opportunities for our certified business enterprises. This past December, Mayor Bowser released the 8th annual Green Book. With a focus on spotlighting our district equity impact enterprises, EIEs, this release sets a small business enterprise goal of over $1.16 billion, the highest and most ambitious goal ever set by district government. I'm pleased to report that in FY22, the administration spent over $1.1 billion in preliminary spend in direct support of small businesses. And as we finalize these numbers with the OCFO, I'm sure this number will grow. And to further buttress our EIEs, this past April, DSLBD created the first of its kind EIE grant program to provide much needed targeted financial assistance specifically for businesses meeting all three criteria of being small, resident owned, and disadvantaged. In its inaugural round, the agency dispersed close to $1.2 million to over 240 EIEs. DSLBD continues to evolve our Aspire and Dream grant programs. In FY21, we reimagined our Aspire programming to better support returning citizens by creating We Aspire Pitch, a 12-week cohort-based program training up to 40 justice-involved entrepreneurs in business planning, registration and licensing, and marketing. In that same month, the renowned Dream Pitch program aimed at supporting micro businesses east of the river in Wards 7 and 8 hosted a cohort of 41 participants, culminating in a pitch competition where 18 participants received at least $10,000. Last year, we also launched our Just Cannabis Equity Initiative to reduce entrepreneurial barriers to the legal cannabis industry, namely for returning citizens and veterans. And for those CBEs seeking local and federal government contracts and procurements, DSLBD continues to fulfill its mission by identifying capacity building opportunities. For one, DSLBD is working with UDC to establish a first of its kind apprenticeship program, allowing a longtime CBE to expand by acting as the skilled employer as part of the DC Anchor Partnership program. In the federal space, DSLBD remains a stalwart go-to for businesses needing one-on-one counseling services, seeking local and federal contract opportunities. In FY22, clients secured over $16 million in federal contract awards. I'd like to also highlight the progress of our District Enterprise System, DES capital project. In FY22, we completed the DES's contract module, the most comprehensive development of the system to date. As a direct result of this upgrade, the agency can now digitize quarterly reports, vendor verification forms, and subcontracting plans, automate the vast majority of report review processes, facilitate greater transparency among contracting officers, program teams, prime contractors, and subcontractors, and encourage interagency collaboration when adjusting subcontracting plans. This is truly and empirically transformational. Let me end my testimony by thanking the local business community. Your tenacity and ingenuity makes it clear that the district entrepreneur is unmatched. I would also like to express my deep appreciation for the staff at DSLBD. Despite the flux caused by the pandemic, your commitment to helping small and local businesses remains fixed. Your day-to-day dedication to our local businesses ensures that our neighborhoods and communities realize real results. And last, but certainly not least, I would like to thank our mayor, Muriel Bowser, whose leadership continues to be a global, national, and local example for all of us as we wade through the uncharted territory of a pandemic comeback. This concludes my testimony. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Director Whitfield. Just for planning purposes, for any members who are here or have staff who are monitoring this hearing, because I know there are multiple occurring simultaneously at the council today, we're going to do 7-minute rounds for council members. I assume there are going to be multiple rounds as I have a number of questions. So, Director Whitfield, in your written responses to the committee's pre-hearing questions, you stated that developing a racial equity action plan may face barriers external to DSLBD, such as needed legislative changes. I'd like to hear you discuss today what external factors other than legislative changes you see on the horizon that could complicate or slow your work on racial equity. As you know, it's been a priority for the committee to make the District of Columbia a more racially equitable, socially just, and economically inclusive city. And as for legislative changes, could you also describe what changes you think will be necessary to ease your path to implementing the Racial Equity Action Plan?
Certainly, Councilmember. I think as you and I have discussed both at previous testimony and in meetings out in the community, racial equity is inherent and sort of embedded in so much of the work that DSLBD does. We work to level the playing field for entrepreneurs across all 8 wards. And we know, and we learned from, well, some people learned from the pandemic, but many people understand that a rising tide continues to not raise all boats for our Black and women-owned businesses across the country. So I would say that, while the work of DSLBD continues to be by statute race and gender neutral, we work very hard to make sure that we are helping open doors for our business owners of color and people who have previously been sort of left behind, portions of the American dream. I think that the biggest thing, that the legislative change that we would need to do something in a different way, would be the ability to create race and gender programming expressly.
Let me just stay along these lines for a moment. You mentioned in your testimony and also in our pre-hearing questions that the district spent more than $1 billion last year and is slated to spend $1.1 billion this year. What percentage of the $1 billion spent last year went to minority contractors?
So we know the vast majority of the SBA community is run by people of color and women. So at least 60% of the CBEs in our registered program, are run by our minority businesses as self-declared. I don't have the exact number of what that breakdown is for the $1.1 billion last year.
And just to drill down on that for a moment, you don't have the exact numbers because the city doesn't collect that data?
Well, the city doesn't expressly collect that data, but actually my team is sliding me a note here that says that 59% of that spend, we, from the self-declared, from people who self-declared to be MBEs, 59% of that spend went to minority businesses. And
do you all, within that 59% that went to minority businesses, let's just assume 59, $590 million. Do you have a breakdown of how much went to each business? For example, let's assume that Kenyon McDuffie is a CBE in the District of Columbia, or SBE, and I'm a part of that 59%. How much did I receive in terms of the $590 million? Do you all have data that can be distilled down to that level?
We do.
Okay, if you can provide that to the committee, I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
One of the things I want to look at is, what percentage of those dollars that are going into minority-owned businesses are going to large companies that might get the lion's share, such that it distorts sort of equity in terms of the distribution of those procurement dollars. So I appreciate that. I'd love to get that in a follow-up. As you know, a district agency suffered a serious cyber attack last year, and I mentioned this to your colleague, Commissioner Woods, earlier. What safeguards has DSLBD put in place to protect against a potential cyber attack? Has the department instituted additional privacy safeguards to prevent data leaks, de-anonymization, and other important privacy and data protection issues?
So, Councilmember, I'll say that, we have systems that are ultimately managed through Octo. I know that we have, we worked very closely with Octo on our cybersecurity. And so I don't have the exact modifications that Octo has given the different agencies in the face of that attack, but I will say that, everyone on staff is required to take, annual mandatory cybersecurity training. We're, try to caution against, the phishing attacks and the different things that happen. But our systems are largely garnered by the work of Octo. We can definitely provide you background on our security measures.
With my remaining seconds, I want to talk a little bit about the DES system, which you mentioned in your testimony. Has adding the ethnicity classification and gender classification fields to the DES system helped Dslbd capture more accurate data on minority and women-owned businesses? Is self-identification something that's still voluntary in that system as well?
The answer is yes, that those systems are in there, and it is a self-identified option.
And is it been more helpful to have it embedded in that system, or is that just you all are tracking the data today with the DES system much in the way that you did prior to implementation of DES?
Well, I think that having that in the system is going to give us information in the future as we're able to watch different trends and gather data in a consistent way. But it isn't informing us differently yet.
Okay, and I'll have some follow-up in my next round. I know that the disparity study is within the purview of DMPED and not Dslbd, but I may still have a question for you about that. So thank you for answering my questions for this round. We'll have some additional rounds, and now I'll turn to Ward 5 Councilmember Zachary Parker for a round.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good to see you, Director Whitfield. I'm glad to hear there will be several rounds. This first set of questions, I'm going to focus on the CBE program and want to start here with question 74 and your pre-hearing question responses, where it's getting at the level of support that your agency is providing to CBEs, namely in terms of resources and contracts. You allude to ongoing training and check-ins with district agencies around the CBE program. And my question is, do you have data offhand around how many agencies are not abiding by the CBE law? And by that meaning, are suffering penalties by not contracting with CBE businesses through their procurement systems?
So Councilmember, we work with all of our agencies annually to make sure that there's an annual training to ensure that people are updated on the active requirements. We know that a portion of our monitored agencies did not make their CBE spend last year. We are not penalizing them financially. More than half of those agencies got to the 90% mark or higher. And so we are continuing to work, diligently with those agencies to try to make sure that they make those goals.
Are you able to share data on which agencies did not meet that goal?
I can follow up with that data. I believe it was in my performance questions somewhere.
Okay, thank you for that. I also want to just name some of the trends of conversations I've been having with small business owners in Ward 5, and will love a response and or a follow-up. One of them is around responsiveness. And so when CBEs reach out to your agency to request an investigation, one of the things that I've heard from numerous folk is that there's not always a response, or what they would deem a timely response. Can you speak to what is the protocol if a CBE reaches out and says there's an issue, whether it be with procurement or some other issue?
So it's going to depend on what the actual allegation is, but we take each and every, interaction, or we have a hotline where people can give us information if they think somebody isn't a bona fide CBE. We respond expeditiously, now sometimes not to the liking of who has put that complaint in, and then it will really depend. If somebody says, oh, Christie CBE does not exist at the address where they are, we can go there and we can see that quickly. But then sometimes an investigation might require multiple trips or different types of investigation into what the actual situation is. The other thing that gets a little bit tricky with that is that we don't always report back to the person who complained exactly what it is that we're doing. We have, for the interest of transparency, put up onto our website businesses that have either rescinded, handed back their CBE certification, or have had them revoked, so that that's a place that can tell the outcome of it. But in all candor, council member, we are not going to be in the business of updating the person that complained about something about the status of our investigation.
And are you able to share a log of complaints received and the outcome? Namely, I'm interested in Ward 5, but would that be something your agency would be able to provide?
Yes, we could provide that too.
Okay, thank you. Another one is around the waiver process. And so I've heard that CB's working with a prime and securing a project. If a prime is not able to, let's say they reach out and say, we're not able to find a CBE, it is my understanding that the agency steps in to try to support said prime in securing CBEs. And to your last response, one of the things I've heard is that the communication is not always back and forth between the CBE, but it's more so between the agency and the prime. Can you just speak to that? And did I characterize that correctly in terms of agency policy, and or what ways can we strengthen the communication pipeline between CBEs that might be reaching out regarding a potential contract?
Councilmember, I would characterize it differently, and I think that you might have an opinion that is held by others. The truth of the matter is that we do not assign CBEs to programs, and we are actually not responsible for finding CBEs for programs. What we have is a database where primes can do that look and say like, oh, I want someone in these particular NIGP codes. And, we work with agencies to understand how to use that database to make sure that they can do, make those connections. We also, in some larger projects, will be invited in on the front end to help advertise an upcoming project to make sure that people can get access to the different types of work that is out there. But when a prime is under contract and then raises their hand to say, oh, I can't find the CBE to do this work, that triggers our waiver process. So we post that waiver, on our system for 10 days. We also have a system, thanks to the DES, where people get email notifications when those waivers go out. If you're in, you can either apply for the NIGP codes that are relevant to you, or you can take you can get every single waiver that we publish. But it's incumbent upon the prime to meet their SBE and their CBE goals. And and then we work with with the different partners. We work in partnership, but the other thing that's important to just underscore is that, we are not a party to the procurement process. The agency can request a waiver. They can request a waiver, and then, if somebody raises their hand during that 10-day period and says, wait, I'm a person, I can do that work, we want to make sure that CBE gets a shot. But I think the other piece that is important is that, we can make that connection, but not that decision or that determination.
I got you. And I'm out of time. I would just throw out very quickly, it seems that what I'm hearing from people is that it appears there may not be enough follow-up. If the prime is saying, hey, we weren't able to find a CBE, and the CBEs are saying, we actually have raised our hand and are willing and wanting to do the work.
May I just respond to that, or we can do it on the next round?
I think I'm out of time.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Next round. Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. There will be a next round for sure. Director Whitfield, the auditor recommended that the agency ensure that sufficient resources are allocated to the certification division and compliance division so that same-day self-recertification eligibility can be checked within the time frame that Dslbd establishes. The answer that you have provided, that the department is reassessing its self-imposed recertification review timelines to ensure such timelines are pragmatic, close quote. So I have one question and a concern. I am concerned that it sounds like the department plans to reduce service standards rather than identify the resources to meet the standards that at some point the department thought were appropriate. So, do you have a timeline for when that reassessment will be completed, as it has been about 2 years since the auditor made that particular recommendation? And that's something that has come to our office's attention from small businesses who raised concerns about the recertification process.
So I will say that, one thing that is a real benefit of the DES system is that we can see where different applications and engagements are with our CBE communities. I think everyone here has heard the tale of, oh, I've been waiting for a year for my CBE certification. But if we go into our system, we can see where, how long it sits for us and how long it sits, in the inbox of the CBE or the potential CBE. I think the initial number that we were looking at for this, may have been a bit overzealous. I can say that I think right now, we know we are meeting all of our KPIs with regard to, the service levels that the city administrator has outlined for us, both for, for recertification, but also for intake and for, for the responsiveness that we want to, that we want to make sure we maintain for the district businesses.
Okay, let me pivot a little bit to a different question, but equally concerning one, something that you're familiar with, and frankly, the committee asked about last year, which is the Office of the Inspector General's report. I'd hope that the OIG's final report and recommendations about the Main Street program would have been released by now, but they haven't. The preliminary recommendations were released in May. The preliminary recommendations that the OIG provided said that the department assign FTEs to review and monitor Main Street program grantees, expenditures, and subgrants. It also recommended that the department require that financial audits of Main Streets be publicly available or submitted to a third-party district oversight entity for review. It had a third recommendation about the department to write and adopt regulations specific to the Main Street Program Administration to include a requirement that Dslbd periodically recompete all Main Street grants. What, if anything, has the department do about the recommendations provided by the OIG? We heard there's a number of people who testified today about the Main Streets programs, but in drawing your attention to some of the concerns raised by Yvette Banfield, I thought were useful, and she raised some other concerns last year. In fact, I think making a recommendation that we do a report about the status of the Main Streets programs and small businesses along the Main Streets corridor. Long question, perhaps a multi-part answer, but tell me about the OIG's recommendations and whether Dslbd has done any specific actions in response to those recommendations.
So yes, there's a lot to unpack there, council member. I think that, the first thing that I want to make sure that I say definitively about the Inspector General review, it was called to answer some very specific allegations. And it's important to note that the concerns around bias that were raised by One Main Street, or the concerns that a disgruntled former employee had about a different Main Street, were not substantiated in the preliminary review, but that the Inspector General wanted to broaden that review and look at some of our systems. Now, the good news about this is that we are always working to improve and strengthen our systems. There are many activities in this past year that actually do speak to some of the concerns that were raised in the preliminary report. such as adding some different requirements into our, into our current round of grants around how main streets need to report the use of funds. I guess the short version of this is that there are several things that not only do we agree with the Inspector General, but there already works in process. And so it's, it's validating about this. And then I think there are other components that are going to require broader discussions. I think we had some of those conversations.
I hate to interrupt, but I want to jump in before my round.
Okay.
I want to hear some more about specifics in terms of what you all are doing to address those recommendations, and if you can provide those in follow up to the committee, I would appreciate it. There's been a really good amount of interest amongst the committee's members in this particular issue, and so I think it would be important to have some follow up there. Before my time. Okay, thank you for that. Before my time expires.
Can I add one thing, Councilman? Is that we expect that report to be final, hopefully this month, and so then we'll be able to look at it in its entirety and not just.
Okay. Charlie Whitaker, who you know well from Career Path DC, raised concerns about disparities that exist with clean team funding, namely Connecticut Avenue and Tinleytown. How does that occur? If you can talk about whether council plays a role in that in terms of how we allocate funding during the budget process. How does clean team funding end up being different to do similar jobs along similar corridors?
Councilmember, the budgeting process, it mostly does come from the money that is allocated in the budget for a clean team, and many of those clean teams have been placed by different council members. I think as we think about the way that the program can and needs to grow, there are similar conversations with the clean teams as there are with the main streets. If you are looking at an amount of money, say $100,000, what sort of density does that assign to? Right now, there's a thought that if you get a clean team, it's sort of X amount of dollars, and it doesn't always take into account the foot traffic, the volume of trash, the different types of of considerations. I mean, the shortest answer is, money is put into the BSA by council, and then Dslbd will administer a grant, usually a grant competition for a group to do that.
Let me jump in because my time has expired. I think between now and budget oversight, I'd like for Dslbd to spend a little time analyzing whether inequities exist in terms of allocation amongst clean teams, but also main streets. So I'd like to just make sure that you all are focusing on that, because the committee is going to be focusing on that. Distribution of resources among the main streets,
sure, and
the clean teams, and the other programs that exist that you all administer. So let me recognize that at-large Councilmember Christina Henderson has rejoined us. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Parker for a round, and then to Councilmember Henderson if she's available for a round after that. Thanks.
All right, Director Whitfield, we're going to jump back in. We were previously talking about the relationship between CBEs and the prime when they are initiating the waiver process with your office. And I guess the question here is, do you, and if so, to what extent do you verify that the prime has in fact contacted the CBE before going forward with the waiver process?
So that is, I'm so grateful that you're asking this question. I will say that historically, CBEs that wanted to be seen in this process and not overlooked used to find it necessary to send umpteen numbers of emails to any person who might possibly be connected with that procurement. And one of the things that is fantastic about the DES is that, now we know everyone, the system sees anyone who raises their hand. If you are a person that says, oh, I want to be considered for this, and you can literally click a button and say, hey, I'm putting my name into the hat here. Now, again, it's important to know that that doesn't mean that you are guaranteed that piece of work. We don't do that procurement But we do know that when people, when we now see it and someone says, hey, wait, I raised my hand for this, our office does follow up with those contracting officers and say, hey, we saw we had this. Now, sometimes they'll say, well, Christy raised her hand to say she could do this, and we have concerns about these capabilities. We can ask a follow-up question, council member, but again, since we do not procure, we're really matchmakers here. And then we need the procuring agencies to take that next step.
One quick follow-up there. Is that response to your push, and I'm glad to hear you all are in fact following up with them, is that in writing? Is that part of the waiver application process?
Absolutely. So if they were to say, Christy, you're not eligible for this, they're going to need to say why they don't see us. And the improved transparency within the DES, I think, helps everyone. These conversations are no longer happening offline per se. They're happening sort of right in the middle of the public conversation.
Okay, two more questions I'm going to try and squeeze in my time.
Okay, I'll go quick.
One, you talked about just strengthening the CBE program as a priority for your agency. You talked about closing loopholes as a legislative policy priority. Are there other legislative fixes or priorities that are top of mind for the agency for this coming council term?
So I'm very excited and energized about the possibility of moving the comprehensive CBE law reform that I think got a little bit derailed by COVID. That legislation really does contemplate how the waiver, how fines should be administered, how we need to make sure that people are getting paid and triggering the Quick Payment Act, making sure that, people who are declaring themselves as local are bona fide local. So I think that, in our mind, working with council, we have a wonderful and deeply thoughtful document that would help us sort of move that agenda forward expeditiously.
Thank you for that. I'm going to switch gears. We talked about cooperative businesses. You and I have talked about this as something that I'm really interested in. And the question 129 in your pre-hearing responses was just more about like, how is the agency supporting co-op businesses? I think we have a nascent ecosystem at best, and my hope is that over this next council term, we can build out that ecosystem. Two quick follow-up questions here to your response. What resources or technical assistance, if any, does Dslbd have for limited cooperative associations or cooperative LLCs?
So I'd say two things. We have the resources for them that we have for all of our businesses in terms of coming to us and saying, hey, we're interested in this. How do we explore this? Either making connections with them with the Pro Bono Law Center or other places that might do it. But I think the other piece, I'm trying to talk fast because I know you have another question after this, is important to note that we used to host a series of stakeholder engagement groups and people that had different interests, whatever they were. We had a disability stakeholder group. We had a cooperative, stakeholder group that, we were running and managing. We were excited because that cooperative stakeholder group sort of lifted out of our little purview and said, we can, we're connected enough, we can meet and convene ourselves. We're in touch with that group, but making sure that we're staying, supportive as they need us. But I think it's a real success story because it germinated here, but then grew to its own self-sufficient level for people that have those interests. And I would say finally, that when we are looking at different types of business opportunities, and particularly in the, you and Councilmember McDuffie know that I'm deeply passionate about ownership, maybe looking for some creative cooperative ownership models to pilot would be something that we'd be, very interested in. So if their business is watching and you think you and your neighbors want to buy a property together, definitely reach out to us.
Yeah, I'm going to end with a softball question. But,
okay.
I would just say, I think there's a need for the agency to highlight the unique circumstances around co-ops. I don't know if it's just as easy to say co-ops should lean into the systems, the grant opportunities, for instance, as regular businesses. And I know you know that, but there are unique finance challenges, for instance. And so the softball question is, are you willing to work namely with me, but also Chairman McDuffie, on building out that type of focus in the agency?
Yes.
Awesome, awesome. I am going to yield back my time. I just would close by saying I really appreciated Chair McDuffie's focus on the Clean Streets programs that you all are supporting, and I too look forward to receiving information on that as I've had similar questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. We're going to turn next to at-large Councilmember Christina Henderson for a round.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, and good afternoon, Director Whitfield.
Good afternoon.
I caught a little bit of your exchange. Well, I caught all of your exchange with Councilmember Parker, a little bit of your exchange with Councilmember McDuffie, so I apologize in advance if I'm asking duplicative questions. You could just let me know. I wanted to talk a little bit about the Main Street process. What timeline does Dslbd follow when recompeting Main Street grants?
So we follow the kind of the annual budget process. You know, we need to know by the time the budget closes which Main Streets are funded and how. And so that really starts that process off.
Okay. And the grants for Main Streets are only for 1 year. They're not a 3-year grant or a 2-year grant?
No, they're not at this time. No.
Okay. What are your thoughts on that? Because one of the things that I, and not necessarily with Dslbd and Main Street grants, but one of the things that we have seen happen in other agency clusters is CBOs or organizations will say, we need more predictability. We would love to be able to have a 2-year grant process, which would allow for us to plan out, do some strategic planning and programming, and really feel like we can get buy-in and community investment in terms of whatever we're trying to do. But 1 year doesn't give us enough time to make that happen, especially if there's no certainty of a year or two. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that's reasonable. I think that there are a lot of coefficients in the equation of what would be successful, right? And so I think that we are in this place now where we're trying to look at a lot of these questions, because the counterbalance to that is that we have some Main Streets who have gotten the same grant again and again for the last 10 years. And so I think that what we need to do is balance the ability to have some sort of a runway with, you know, some of the recommendations we're getting about a regular recompetition and figuring out what that means so that we don't misinterpret, you know, a Main Street grant allocation as an entitlement for, you know, adding
That's a fair point. Because I definitely feel like there might be some people who are like, well, I've been here for 5 years and therefore I should be the only one. That does lead me to another thinking about a question in terms of in the application grant process, evaluation of past performance, and how does that play a role in the agency's determination of awarding points?
Well, I think, you know, it absolutely does play a role, but I think the other pieces, there are broader pieces that come into play on this. You know, we will compete these grants out and we'll have criteria, but then oftentimes the scoring does not happen at Dslbd, right? And so, you know, to my knowledge, we've never said, oh, you know, you didn't meet your program goals, you're ineligible to apply for anything else, because it would sort of fly in the face of fair competition. But I think we also, you know, I think there are a lot of questions around, you know, where do the lines cross on this in terms of, you know, how many Main Streets, you know, how many Main Streets can one organization run?
Yeah.
And does that, you know, does that enhance or impede their ability to be hyper local? I think there are, you know, there's some macro conversations sort of on the front end that need to happen, you know, and even before then, contemplations around why are we putting a Main Street here, right? Because, you know, one of the things that was commented in the preliminary report of the Inspector General, you know, there are twice as many Main Streets in Ward 3 as any other ward in the city. So then as we look at how we are allocating or determining where a Main Street should be, you know, are there requirements, are there considerations that should be put into place before we choose a location? You know, is there a viable community presence there? Do we know that this is going to be met well by the neighborhoods? Like so I think there's a lot, it's a lot of macro stuff in a very specific question, council member. But I think, you know, we have to be able to think sort of short, medium, and long term about what that viability means. And on the on the continuum, we have to think about it before we pick a neighborhood and then before we reallocate grant funds.
So, I mean, what it seems like, I'm gonna tell you what I'm hearing, and you tell me if this is accurate, is that your agency is thinking holistically around whether or not the Main Street program needs to be reworked altogether. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I'm assuming some of the OIG's recommendations will inform whatever that transformation that takes place. Because I think you make a really good point, right? I think there was a time where Main Streets were created by the urging of a council member. And then we have an imbalance in the situation. But I think also a question of whether or not a Main Street is actually needed, or whether some of our other government agencies just need to do their part in terms of the upkeep of an area or something to that.
Right.
To that effect.
Well, yes, I think that's right. I think there are a lot of nuances in there, but absolutely. And I think we remain thoughtful and have been having some of these conversations internally and with the Main Street executive directors. But I think that if we are going to do, some of these larger changes like a recompete, then that is a place where we would need to do that in partnership with council so that when we are, when we're starting, if we start with the end in mind, our chances of success go way higher. And I think the final thing I'll say is that it's attractive to want a Main Street. I think people all want Main Streets, but to your point, we do have a lot of government agencies that will do their part in any corridor, in any part of the district, and we can think about how to amplify that possibility.
I'm so sorry, Director. I have like 30 seconds. I'm trying to get I'm gonna fire off 2 questions.
Okay.
Do we require any auditing for the Main Street programs where they have to have a third-party examination?
Yes.
Okay. And the second thing, Art All Night, is that you all mainly, or is you all in partnership with the commission? Because I've seen your people out there, but I'm curious, what is the relationship?
So the commission was the first and biggest funder when this endeavor began 11 years ago. And I think there were many, many years where they were the only funding when we had a lower number of projects.
Yep.
So we continue to work, with their money and their partnership on this. But I want to fully shout out my team saying that, Dslbd on behalf of Mayor Bowser puts on Art All Night to make sure we're moving commerce and culture in the corridors. Wow, that was a little alliteration there at the end.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. We've been joined by Ward 4 Councilmember Janice Lewis George. So I want to recognize Councilmember Lewis George for a round. Thanks for joining, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, and thank you to our witnesses who have testified at this hearing. I'm particularly grateful for the testimony from Main Street representatives and business owners in Ward 4 business corridors on Kennedy Street, Petworth, Upper Georgia Avenue. Our Main Streets have contributed to thriving Ward 4 small businesses and have grown our small businesses in such an amazing way. Particularly, we have our new Petworth Main Street. And can I say that if you go to the Upshur Street corridor, we have so many Black-owned, women-owned businesses. I know the director has been there and has supported all of those businesses, but it is a great thing to see. I will say it's just such a great thing to see so many women-owned and Black-owned women businesses coming to all of our Main Streets. And I appreciate your support, Director, in supporting those small businesses and the owners. I fully agree with them that our city can provide vital and support to small and local businesses. I think at their best, Dslbd and community-based Main Street organizations link business owners to resources that help them grow or even survive. And clean teams help create clean, safe, and inviting places to do business. So I just want to thank them for their efforts in strengthening the communities across Ward 4. I want to ask a few questions on let's start with the clean teams. Early in this hearing, there was testimony from, I think, Charlie Whitaker of Career Path DC in support of additional funding for their Connecticut Avenue Clean Team, which he said isn't as well funded as neighboring clean teams in Tillytown. And I was thinking to myself, in Ward 4, especially especially in areas like Upper Georgia Avenue. We also have clean teams that aren't adequately resourced to fulfill their mandate. And we've also heard from Petworth residents that they want to also, that our Main Street, while our clean teams are doing well, that they could also be better resourced. Would you, would you advocate for the mayor's proposed budget to include additional resources for clean teams across the city, where it would make a difference in places like Georgia Avenue, Kennedy Street, and Manor Park?
I think it's important for us to to pull a thread from the earlier conversation with the chairman. We need to look at each corridor in its unique status with regard to foot traffic, bus stops, trash cans, all of those things, and then maybe be thoughtful about putting together some sort of an evaluation paradigm about, for this many blocks on this kind of density, we need this type of support. And that's something that didn't happen previously. And so I think that we would be very interested in thinking about, how that might be impactful in future conversations about where budgets were focused.
Okay. And I think, I think that's a great idea, because then you can tailor the resources and actually and take into account things like, bus stops in areas where we get a lot of high density. So that's definitely something worth exploring. I want to mention the public recycling cans in Ward 4 business corridors. DPW has told us that it's not their job to pick up the recycling from these cans, and they say it's Dslbd's job. Do you agree?
We know our clean teams do support all the trash cans on the different corridors. I cannot speak to the DPW policy on that, but I will say that I know that when our clean team members are in the corridors, they do pull trash from any kind of can that they see.
Okay. And do they, because I assumed it was DPW's job to do recycling particularly. I didn't know that, like, our clean teams, we already talked about some of them may be limited in resources and things and that DPW has actually. So do they have like any specialized sort of recycling?
So again, I don't want to misspeak DPW's policies, but I do think, it's important that the clean teams, do pick up that recycling and they segregate it and it's set separately. And I think that, I'm not certain about that. I know that DPW does manage the trash cans, across the city. But I cannot speak to their policy on recycling and stuff.
Okay. And I appreciate that. What I want to do is make sure that our clean teams are being supported and doing their job and in their role, and then DPW is doing their job, which is a very much larger in scope job. And so I think it would be helpful to clarify the public recycling cans piece of it, so that people can know their roles and no one is assigned another agency's role. Want to go back. I know we talked about this a little bit. We are still in the search for a permanent director of Petworth Main Street. I know Ms. Gabrielle Mossy has been double duty for Uptown and Petworth, including by testifying with Kennedy Street business owners early at this hearing. And so just wanting to get you all support in making sure we can get some leadership over at the Petworth Main Street. Director Whitfield, I know you know some good people.
So I know our team has been in touch with them, and I will say we're always happy to help. And I think that we do participate in the interviews for those folks. But I think we know that search has been a little bit tough, and so I think we will stand in partnership to assist in any way we possibly can.
Okay, I appreciate it, and we'll appreciate your assistance and support in that particular area. And then I need to follow up on an issue that you discussed with Councilmember Parker. If I understood correctly, you used the term, I think, the disgruntled former employee to describe a person who filed a complaint about the operations of the Main Street organization in Ward 4. And I believe the Inspector General has not yet released a report on his finding. So I just wanted to see where are you all in corrective action with the Inspector General's office? Is that what it is?
Well, it's a review, and so
Review, okay.
we've been participating fully with the review. We expect that review to be final, hopefully end of this month.
Okay.
But I think the thing I can't say enough times is that particularly with that disgruntled employee, those allegations against that Main Street have not been substantiated. And I think it's also public record that there's a libel suit that's been filed against that person for misrepresenting the truth.
Okay. When you all have, just, can you all let us know when that final,
Absolutely,
that final review is, so that we can I'll be able to follow up from that review.
Sure.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Where I left off, which was, actually, let me ask a question about your performance accountability reports, Director Whitfield. Under the heading of assist agencies in complying with legal requirements in accordance with DC Code 2-218.01. One metric asks about whether monitored contracts are meeting their SBE goals, and the department responded that it is waiting on data from FY 2022, including saying that data is not available for FY 20 and FY 2021. It says this both on the FY 2022 and 2023 reports. So I wanted to hear if you could explain to us what data the agency's waiting on, given that FY 22 closed at the end of September of last year, and also why the data is not available for 2020 and 2021.
I think that the delay on the data has to do with the CAFR for this current year. I need to check with my team about what the situation was for last year, and I can certainly get that back to you.
Okay, so the annual comprehensive financial report was published not too long ago, so that would impact 2022. But in terms of 2021, you said,
yeah, 2021. I'm going to have to ask my team where that about that delay. I don't have the details on that delay, Councilmember.
for both years though, 2020,
Right.
2021.
Well, for this current year, I think we were waiting on the close from OCFO, but I think for the previous year, I will have to get back to you.
It's actually the previous 2 years. So
Okay.
you mentioned 2022, waiting for the ACFR, which I understand because it just came out, but I'm referring to both 2020 as well as 2021.
Yeah.
So if you can follow
Yeah,
up.
I'll get both of those for you.
Okay. And then just looking at your performance information online, particularly the key performance indicators, I was curious about some of the information that I saw and some of the targets that you all established. How do you all determine the targets for FY 2023 or any of the previous years? Is that done in consultation with the city administrator, or is that done internally by Dslbd, and that information is provided to the city administrator?
No, that's done in partnership with the city administrator.
Okay. If you look at the KPIs under, this is two, assist agencies in complying with legal requirements, as I mentioned earlier, there are 5 measure records. It says in the second row, under 2, percentage of monitored agencies who achieve their small business enterprise spend goal. I'm looking at FY 20, which was 98% actual. FY 21 was 86% actual. Do you have any insights as to what that disparity is attributable to? 98% in 20 and
Right down to
in 21?
I don't in that in front of me, council member, but I do know that every agency's individual budget can sometimes, be a bit of a their spend rather could be a bit of a moving target, but I know that, and so as well as you know, that we continue to exceed our aggregate spend goals. So I can look into exactly what agencies those were for 20 and 21, but I think that the important, we want to get it right, of course, but I think also, I think in the aggregate, we continue to get it right.
Yeah, if you can make that a part of your follow-up, just
Sure.
identify the agencies that didn't meet their goal in 2021.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't you want to have 100% target every year for that goal, though?
Yes. Yes. I think in a perfect world,
Because that's something that the government actually has control over, as compared to, some of the other things that you all have here that I think are really important, but you have less control over compliance, like, the development lost where this was. But like the government benefits that you all monitor, right? Where somebody has to spend 35% with CBEs. Whereas with this is the agencies within the government who make these goals. And I know it's been a priority for Mayor Bowser. And so I would imagine that might be a 100% goal in terms of compliance for that one. What about, if you go a little bit further down in that same area, it says percent of waiver requests processed within 20 days or less that were required to be responded to within the quarter. Can you explain to me what that means?
So the reason that we put that additional responded to within the quarter was that there are certain cutoffs in quarterly reporting. And sometimes what happens is we wanted to make sure that we were kind of putting bookends within each time period that we're monitoring.
Okay.
And so I think that was something that we actually added into that, because sometimes it was if it comes in at the very end of the quarter, we're not required to respond to it within the next quarter. And so if that 20 days crosses over quarters, that's
And
where
you all
that's
obviously
a
would prefer to get it before that so you can provide the information timely.
Right. No, but if in the 89th day of the quarter, we get a waiver, then we won't respond to that until the following quarter, because the period of the time period will transfer, will translate into the next year. So that's what the language on this is trying to capture.
So what kinds of waivers are required to be responded to within the quarter?
So the requirement is the 20 days, right? And we get them and we have, 10 days to post. What this KPI is trying to acknowledge is that sometimes that time period is going to cross over between two quarters. And so then we were trying to put the bookends on this KPI to say how many that were required to be responded to within this quarter were responded to. So
what's the benefit of that KPI? Practically speaking.
I think it helps us just see that we're responding in the proper amount of time.
If you
responsiveness
within 20 days, you're meeting the requirements under the law. Why does it matter if it goes into another quarter? I'm just curious.
Because of when our like the quarterly reporting happens, right? And so we might have something that's in our hopper. So I have
quarterly
10
reporting to
the CA, to the city administrator.
Okay.
That it would show that if we didn't have that distinction, then it would show that one that came in on the 87th day had not been responded to, and it would make us, it would skew the level of responsiveness.
Okay.
It's a little bit,
I won't spend any more time on this,
Yeah.
but I'll save any other additional follow-ups for another round. Let me turn to Councilmember Parker.
I actually asked all the questions I had, but I just would go and to say that in terms of enforcing the CBE requirements, both of the district and its agencies, but also of businesses is really important. We know we are not hitting that goal in either respect. And one of the things that I hear routinely is that there are many businesses that are just absorbing the fines and penalties that come along with not honoring the CBE law. And so I just, you feel free to respond to this, but I would just say that is something that I would want to work with your agency on so that we can have more teeth to the law, that we can better support, educate people, and make sure that we are actually executing what the law intentions are. So feel free to respond, and then I'll yield back my time.
I will respond, yes, please, and that that is actually considered in the proposed law that we've submitted. I think you're 100% correct. The way the math works, the fine really will amount to 10% of the total CBE spend, which ends up being 3.5% of a budget. Now, so that in many budgets could be a contingency fund, and there could be a business case made that I'll just pay the fine. The suggestion that the executive is making with regard to this is to have the fine be the delta between what was spent with CBEs and what was planned to be spent with CBEs, so that at a minimum, that entire amount comes out of that budget of that prompt.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And again, I have no more questions, but that is something I would work with Chairman McDuffie on, as well as with your agency, and look forward to better supporting our CBEs as a district. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Staying on the key performance indicators, Director, under the heading effectively managing the Small Business Capital Access Fund, it looks like the department did not meet its goal of the total dollars dispersed to small businesses. I'm looking at it now while I asked the question. The amount dispersed was $608,400 out of a $750,000 goal. Does that sound familiar? For
No.
FY 2022.
Right.
Okay.
So we knew that there were a lot of conditions that were impacting the amount of loans, both internal and external. I think that we are, we're looking at these numbers. The flood of grant funds have made loans less attractive in the most recent sort of period of time, but we are working to make sure that the types of loan products that are out there are meeting people where they are. I think that, this is something we continue to watch, both from like what is the request and then what are the types of products that are being offered, and do they meet the new reality of where businesses find themselves.
Let me ask a question though, and maybe what you just said might be responsive to this, but I'll ask it anyway. This part of my concern is that you didn't meet the goal, but then you also lower the target for this year. So is the target lower this year because of what you just stated?
Yes. I mean, I think we have to also realize that in the current environment, the demands are changing as businesses' realities are changing. Our businesses are debt burdened right now, and the idea of taking on additional debt is a bit overwhelming or intimidating to a lot of businesses, and so we have to be responsive to that.
Okay. it looks as well that the department didn't meet its goal of small businesses who receive business development coaching or matchmaking services getting $5 million in contract opportunities. Actual for, and this is the $5 million is the fiscal year 2022 target. The actual for fiscal year 2022 is 1.5 million. And so again, the goal went from 5 million in 2022 to a $4 million target in 2023. Any insights into that you can share about why you all didn't meet that goal and why it was 1.5, which is significantly lower than the FY 2021 actual of $4.3 million?
I think there's a few factors at play here. We did have a vacancy in our biz ops, which we have closed, and I think that cost us a little bit of time and output. And then I also think that there are pieces of this that have been tough in that, we can't always control the dollar values of contracts, and as the markets are shifting, these things go up and down. It's possible that we would hope to do better than that, but we can't guarantee a business is going to get contracts, and we do see these numbers fluctuate. I'm optimistic that we're going to continue engaging with our companies and help them make those connections. I think this is one of our tougher goals because the actual outcome is kind of out of our control.
Do you have insights into how you're doing towards meeting that goal to date for FY 2023?
I can get that for you. I don't have that at my fingertips, but I can certainly get it to you.
Okay, that'd be great. We may have some additional follow-up coming from the committee just to spend a little bit more time to understand the goal setting process and how you all are arriving at the targets. And just to be clear, there are areas where you met or exceeded your targets on here, but these are the ones that stood out, especially where we see sort of huge disparities between prior targets and the actuals in subsequent years. So we certainly will want to follow up with you all on that.
Certainly. I'll add, we have done a number of matchmaking sessions this year or within the last year in terms of trying to make sure that we're continuing to bolster those numbers. We were with 30 companies during a DCHR matchmaking recently, and then we were excited. We know that the interest is there. Over 500 people RSVP for our District Connect event. It's something we are focused on, council member, and so I'm happy to have further conversations with you about what we are doing and where those gaps may or may not persist.
Sounds good. Give us, if you could, a status update on the district enterprise system. I know that there are certain modules that are fully up and running. Talk about how the modules that are fully up and running are working thus far and what is left to implement in the time frame for completion.
Sure. So many of our district enterprise system, as you know, we talk about this often, is this comprehensive system. So the certification portion was completed a couple of years ago and continues to add a ton of transparency and lighten the lift that we have for our CBEs to go through that process. The compliance functions, we're really excited because we, for the past couple of years have powered the Green Book with information that comes out of the DES. We are just now in January beta testing, and I think you heard Carolyn Rudd discuss this, monitoring our actual first contract in the DES. And so this is an effort that will be, continuing and growing this year to make sure that is working well. I think our last piece, and we are developing this. We're developing the agency contracts and the PPDs, subcontracting, the subcontracting plans are all in place. And so that adding that transparency to the way that our businesses are engaging in this process is going to be, truly transformational. The last piece will be our grants. And that is something that we are, currently starting the process for.
Thank you for that. This came up earlier, I think it was Councilmember Parker asked questions about this, and this is something that we at the committee have asked questions about previously in performing oversight hearings like this one. And it has to do with the agency's SBE goals and just the authority of Dslbd where agencies fail to meet their goals. So we made recommendations as a committee in the past that Dslbd uses full authority under the law to penalize agencies that fall below the 80% SBE spend goal. And so I know there's already a lot of questions about this, but I think it bears us pursuing this a little further. The department indicated that no agency demonstrated a willful disregard of the law's CBE goal requirement. One agency that fell below was the Office of Contracting and Procurement at less than 47% of the goal. Exactly how do you all at Dslbd determine that agencies like OCP in this example, or any other agencies, aren't bad actors?
So there are a variety of components into this, but I think one of the simplest metrics that we look at is, is this happening year over year over year? And I think that we have not found an instance where there is an agency that just, absolutely is not meeting or even seeming to attempt to meet their goal for a variety of years. And, last year, I mean, we've had this conversation, Councilmember. I think that if there is a willful neglect or just a disregard for the spirit or the operationalization of the law, then we would not hesitate to use that authority. This spend goal for OCP was particularly low, and but it is the first time it has shown up in that way, right? If they were doing that again and again, there'd be a couple of things for us to look at. Can we help with the budgeting process so that we're making sure that they're doing, what it is that needs to be done, and then, what other types of interests or support might there be to be able to help them. I think one of the pieces of the DES that is really important is that with the agencies, we can now see, and they can also see where their quarterly spend is, so that we can be, working with them expeditiously. But I remain, vigilant about this, and I'm not unwilling to exert that authority that I have when I see the pattern.
Okay. How many fines or penalties did Dslbd issue in FY 2022?
We had two fines last year.
And how much were those? Do you know? And
Yes, there were looking. It was just, it was over they were over $3 million in aggregate.
each was over $3 million?
No, the total of the two. Of the one was very large. So one was like $3.4 million. And then the other one was a smaller fine for late processing. Oh, 200K. They're getting me the exact number. Yeah.
Okay. And if your staff is helping, if they could also, my next question will be how many fines were issued in 2021, FY 2021 in 2020, or calendar year, whichever you all track it by.
Okay, we can, I'll get you those figures.
And if any of the folks who've been fined are repeat offenders?
No.
Okay. So the fines that have been issued to contractors, none of them are repeat offenders. I would then sort of turn it back on to you as to why the standard would be sort of a willful disregard for agencies and whether they have repeatedly failed to meet their goal. Not to equate the two totally, but I think it's worth pitching that question to you as a follow-up in terms of trying to ensure that agencies achieve the goals that are laid out, especially given the importance that the administration places on spending procurement dollars with SBEs and CBEs in the District of Columbia.
So, council member, thanks for that question, because I think the distinction is important. The law mandates the fine, and and we also know that with the sometimes with just different coefficients within the budgeting equation, that I have the authority, but it's discretionary. And so the idea of exerting that when we often work with those agencies to say, what's happening, what do we really want here? We want to make sure that the money is going into the pockets of the small business community. And if we can work with agencies to make sure that they're making those goals effectively, that's the better outcome.
Can I ask a question then as a follow-up in terms of the fines that you've issued to private sector contractors? The law mandates it. Are there instances where, if given discretion, you would have chosen not to issue fines that you've already issued?
Oh, that's it. There, even within the process, sometimes there have been extenuating circumstances where a fine might be, reduced slightly.
And that's within your discretion?
That is within my discretion, yes.
So you have, you don't have, explain that discretion down to what the law says in terms of fines. If somebody violates something or fails to meet, and I'm not asking you to quote it, but just give me generally what it says, because I'm familiar with it as well. But
right. So I think again it gets into what the extenuating circumstances might be within the law. I think that the if an agency fails to meet their goals, the department may require that a piece of that is. I'm
talking about not the agencies at this point. The question I'm asking.
Oh, for the
contractors.
Yeah. So I'm trying to remember a time where we did reduce the fine. I feel like there's one instance that I can that I could get back to you on the details of it, where there was a reason to maybe not fine at the full 10%. But I think, for the most part, we follow the.
I appreciate that. And I know in the past, for the time you've been in this position, and I've been in this position as chair of the committee, we've really pushed, and frankly, I think you all have answered the call in terms of utilizing your authority to issue fines. I couldn't document as chair of this committee when I assumed this position in January 2017, where prior to 2015, Dslbd had issued fines.
No, Councilmember, I believe I'm the first director to collect a fine.
Okay, and so I think that's noteworthy. But I think as a matter of follow-up, it's going to be important for the committee to spend some time with your team to understand how you perceive the law to be interpreted in terms of fines and just, and maybe this will be more for us than it will be for you, a determination of the role that your discretion plays in enforcement against agencies that don't meet their spending goals. So we'll circle back, but I wanted to just mention that because it's something that's important to the committee.
Sure, I'm happy to continue that conversation.
Talk a little bit about some specific things that the agency is doing to build capacity at CBEs. We asked this in a pre-hearing question, and you know, your response was that everything that you all do works toward that goal, and I get that response, but I do want to dig a little bit deeper to know specifically how Dslbd is helping a CBE, for example, who may be a subcontractor on a project to at some point build capacity to become a prime the next time they compete. What kinds of things are happening within the agency to help build capacity of district-based SBEs and CBEs?
Well, sure. There's a litany of ways where we are doing that. The first one that comes to my mind is, you know, the back office support that we have added into a couple of our programs. I mentioned it briefly in my testimony, but one of the things that we added to the first supports that we added to the first cohort of the EIE is the opportunity to work with other experts to sort of build, you know, building the back office is one of the things that we hear, you know, across every industry is necessary. And so talking with a firm about how you present yourself and what does your website look like and how are you presenting materials as you're looking for and trying to win more business. But then also with regard to your literal back office, how is your accounting happening? How is your invoicing happening? How well are you on top of your money and how well are you billing? I think that, you know, we did that with our CBE Green grantees. We've done that with the EIEs. We've added that in as a component of the Aspire program. You know, we know that building a business means building the full infrastructure and the inside and the guts of the business, not just the exciting thing that people sell. We are also working with DGS to sort of relaunch our mentor protege that had gotten caught a little bit into some, you know, delays, I think, with, you know, wanting to make sure that we're really clear about how we are able to help businesses really grow. And I think getting into that mentor protege relationship so that they can get that past performance. You know, we continue to have the DC Surety bonding program and different access to capital that help people increase their bonding, which I think is a really important component, because once you get the capacity, you need to be able to get the bonding so that you can, you know, win those contracts. And then the ongoing matchmaking events that we do really help make those connections for people in terms of, you know, meeting the procuring agencies and helping them know who the different CBEs are. You know, I think that there are a litany of ways that we are working to really build up the internal capacity, and, you know, and all of these things or before we even talk about the Procurement Technical Assistance Corporation, that was helping to get our CVEs to break in.
It came up a number of times in the witness testimony. It seems like you all are doing pretty well by that. It seems like a pretty popular a program and assistance that you all provide. And that's on the federal side of things. Essentially,
So,
providing support to CBEs to pursue federal opportunities.
correct. And so helping them with their capability statements, helping them with their bids, helping them sort of maintain those relationships. And one of the things that we've really been focusing on here, there's a system of PTACs around the entire country. But one of the things that I'm really excited about is that in the last several years, the ratio of, the PTACs will help almost any business that want to break into the federal realm. But, more than 50% of the clients of PTAC right now are local businesses, not regional businesses, but local businesses, which means—
I think it's a great segue into asking about who on your team assists, similar to what assistance you provided PTAC, who on your team assists DC, CBEs, and SBEs with opportunities at the district agencies?
Our business
Meetings
opportunities
with
group.
agencies and leadership teams or procurement managers to help facilitate opportunities with DC government agencies?
So that's what the matchmaking, a lot of the matchmaking with the biz ops group does. We had members from DGS, from Office of Tax and Revenue, from DHCD. Like we're really making those connections for the CBEs at our matchmaking sessions.
Do you all track where the matchmaking helps to facilitate procurement opportunities for CBs and SBs?
Anecdotally, but it's a little bit hard because sometimes you meet somebody, in October and then you build a relationship and then you win something, 9 months later. So it's a little bit hard to, that's something that is a little bit hard to track.
You should give it some thought, though. I think, I always say that Dslbd should be in the business of facilitating opportunities for SBEs and CBEs in the District of Columbia, and hopefully sometime soon MBEs. Because we frequently hear in our position as oversight committee, the obstacles that people and contractors feel are being presented that preclude them from opportunities to do business in the District of Columbia. We frequently hear people lament to us about why even bother becoming a CBE in the District of Columbia, because I never get contracts with DC. And so I think, if you all can figure out how to track some of the wins that you get when you facilitate opportunities for CBEs, specifically with DC agencies, then that would be helpful for us to know. And I think sort of paint a picture of some of the successes of the agency. Let me ask, what programs, and maybe you answered some of this in your testimony, but just if you can lay out some specifics, what kinds of programs do you all have in place beyond what you already just shared to assist CBEs with access to capital, both traditional banks and so forth, but also non-traditional financing?
So I mentioned briefly the Kiva Hub in my testimony, and I think that's worth a little bit of a slightly deeper dive. The Kiva Hub is an innovative resource for crowdsourced loans that are zero interest that help people build their credit. We've had 25 people go through that program, and mostly the majority of those entrepreneurs are underbanked people who have not been able to really engage with traditional lending systems. Another one that I think is worth mentioning is the relationship we have with Life Assets to make sure that entrepreneurs who are, really just entering the business phase can get the tiniest loans, sometimes as small as $300 to get themselves started. And that's a relationship that we're really excited to continue. We've worked with the entrepreneur, who was it? We have an equity line of credit. I'm blanking on it, and I'm sorry about that. To help people make those, to have that equity that would help them support the help them have the cash and the equity lines that they might need. City First. I'm so sorry to City First in Oswaldo.
Yeah, I was looking for my witness list. I know that we had a testimony from someone at City First earlier today.
Yes.
Who talked about Disb and Dslbd and
City First has been a great partner for us, and really willing to try different things to create, to fill the gaps that we see in the marketplace. And I think that's, as we are looking at different ways to make sure that people are getting the kind of capital they need in the way that they need, I think, City First has been, an amazing partner in that. I think finally, I should mention, we know that the entrepreneurs that are moving into cannabis, really struggle for traditional financing. And we worked with LEDC to create a fund of, for equity for people in the cannabis field to try and, grow their businesses there. And that is, it's a new entity in partnership with LEDC, because their lending requirements weren't able to do that. A lot of traditional lenders shy away from that industry.
talk a little bit more about that. What does that look like, and how much is in that fund?
So that is that's a fund. We know that we wanted to open up the, opportunities for people that are in the cannabis business. Interestingly enough, a business owner that we work with who has a cannabis cookbook came to us and said, I can't get any funding or financing from anyone because cannabis is in my name. It's we're funding the loan loss reserve. It's it'll depend on how they can leverage that money into loans, but we're hoping to launch that fund this spring.
Is that funding coming from your agency or from?
That's from our local budget.
Okay. So because the committee created an access to capital fund a couple of years ago, and I cannot remember what it is called now. I know you all, in terms of the branding of the administration, but do you all work at all to administer that, or is that strictly coming through DSBD?
I'm not familiar. I don't think
probably
that's
coming strictly through DSBD.
probably through DSBD, yeah.
Okay. Did you mention how much was in the fund with Ellie?
We put 300, is it 300? Oh, $200,000 in that fund.
Okay. 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 All right. So you all have somebody who on your team is specifically within their duties to help expose CBEs to opportunities with DC agencies. What about who do you have a person on your team or persons who help with access to capital?
Many of our team helps with access to capital. So, our InnoEd team works a lot with all of the people that come through our programs. The Biz Ops team we're always working on access to capital. Access to capital is sort of part of everybody's job description.
Let's talk about bundling of contracts. This is something that's come up in oversight before, and it's something that we hear from DC CBEs frequently in terms of the serious challenges it presents. So we asked about unbundling or sort of subdividing contracts to allow additional opportunities for smaller contractors to compete for DC procurement. And I understand that obviously Dslbd is not a procurement agency, right? However, I would like to know if you find that it is your responsibility as an agency to sort of poke and prod and encourage strongly whatever authority that you have to get procurement agencies to unbundle contracts so that DC CBEs are in a better position to compete and thus expand opportunities of people who work for them here in our city. What's your take on that?
I mean, the short answer, council member, is yes. Yes, I do consider that part of my job responsibility. And, you know, I am constantly advocating with different sister agencies to try innovative things that help widen the door for our small businesses. You know, I think we've seen a few interesting pilot programs. You know, the Office of Aging did an interesting program with a local CBE with some emergency food products that they were trying to do at the end of the pandemic. You know, I think we should always be open to seeing, you know, a new way to do the same thing and to contemplate cost in a holistic way, right? Because sometimes, you know, Cisco might be a cheaper per plate option, but is it cheaper if everyone that makes that food and everyone that delivers that food lives outside of the District of Columbia? And so I think that we're always trying to broaden the conversation about the way that we think about holding that door open and the way that we evaluate it. Our local businesses, as you know, are doing amazing jobs, and we want to make sure that, you know, we're creating more stepping stones for them.
Okay, and I'm like DGS, DDOT, like, are you all working with those agencies too when it comes to, like, for example, DGS, DPR Rec Center procurements to do those types of capital projects?
We do. We work with all of them. We do.
Bear with me one moment. We had asked in our pre-hearing questions, Director, for the department to provide instances for the last few fiscal years where you recommended to other contracting agencies that a contracted developer, small or certified business be debarred, suspended, or have some action taken against them. And the response we received said that the answer would appear in the appendix under question 107. Unfortunately, it did not, or at least we didn't see it. And so I assume it's just an oversight, given the voluminous materials that you all produced in response to our questions. So if you get that information, I'm assuming you might not have it handy. If you do, please speak to it now. Otherwise, if you could follow up with us on that issue.
Okay, for sure. We'll get that to you, Councilmember.
You all have shared information with us that there was a PPD project in fiscal year 2022 and 23, Glen Arms Apartments, that did not meet the minimum 35% subcontracting requirement upon completion of their project. What happened as a result of that?
The Glen Arms, let me look at that. They were fined, Councilmember.
They were?
$200,000.
Got it. Is that one of the ones you referred to earlier when I asked the question about fines?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about the PPD projects that you all are monitoring. And I had the information. I was trying to locate it earlier. Do you know how many PPD projects that you all are actively monitoring?
We're monitoring 121 PPD projects.
And that is somewhere in the in the performance metrics that you all lay out as well, right? I know we have it in other places. I see it. I see it. There we go. Is that information found in some of the performance metrics that you all provide to the city administrator, or no?
And the performance metrics, I am not sure, you know, how we monitor them, but I can double check. Is that in our performance? I don't think that, let me get back to you on that. I'm not thinking of where it is in our KPIs, if it is.
Number of active public-private development projects online, it says that there are 108 for FY 2022, and you said that they're 121?
121 is the current number.
Probably some new ones came online. Okay. Can you provide us, do you have it offhand, the dollar value of those PPD?
Let me see. I'm certain we can get that.
One of
to
the
you.
goals I have is the.
Yeah, I don't have it
Verified
memorized.
PPD subcontractor payments. I'd love to be able to see that in addition to just the overall dollar value of the contracts.
Okay.
Is that a clear question?
Yep.
Okay. If you could follow up with us about that. And I don't know if you can share something now. I'd love to hear it if you can. How you are approaching some of the projects that we saw that were way off in terms of their CBE goals and making very little progress towards achieving them. It looked like at least 7 were under 5% of their goal. And I don't expect that you'll know the individual projects, but just tell me generally how you all are approaching those types of projects to ensure that they meet or exceed their goals.
So we're looking at them, you know, at least quarterly to make sure we're staying in touch. But I think that the challenge with some of them is that those projects could be front loaded or back loaded with when the CBs come in. You know, we can't really control when the anticipated CBE spend is going to happen. And so, you know, we do watch them very.
Do you all have the expertise to determine whether that is the case on a particular project though?
No. I mean, I think we have some of the common sense. If they say, oh, the bulk of these CBEs are doing trim, they're doing the paint and they're doing the drywall, well, then we're going to know that comes at the end. And if they're doing the more vertical stuff or like moving land or demo, it's going to come at the beginning.
So that you all would look when these contractors are providing their subcontracting plan, which comes at the outset before they ever awarded any government benefits. You all would have some insights, I would imagine, as to whether that would be the case or no.
Well, not before the contracts are signed, but I think when we see the full plan, you know, some of it you can intuit. And I think this is why it can be very, you know, there can be varied approaches because depending on the project, sometimes it does make sense that it would all come at the very end. I think that that's the other reason why, you know, we let people know that if when you get to the finish line and you're not where you need to be, then we will be coming back to you with fine documentation.
Okay. I wanted to, you know, I guess where I'm going with this is that we don't want people who receive a government benefit to obviously skirt what's required under the law. And I suspect you don't either. And it might make sense not to wait to the end to poke and prod if the agency and your team has visibility into whether a particular contractor should be making progress along the way, rather than, rather than a case where you would describe it's a contract that is backloaded where a lot of the CBEs are going to be performing toward the end.
So perhaps I misspoke, council member, because we will have those conversations with them in an ongoing way. So we're not going to ever wait until the end of a contract to remind them of their responsibilities. It's just that we don't control how they ultimately spend it. And so, when we see those numbers and they're low, the members of the compliance team are definitely checking in and saying, hey, I see that we haven't seen any progress on this. And we will usually get some sort of an explanation from them. But I think it can be a little bit difficult, but let me definitely not misspeak and say that we're going to wait until the very end. We never do that. Our folks are in touch with them all along the process, but until you have actually missed your goal, we don't have the capacity to find. And so if there was it would be difficult midstream unless there was an additional level of, I'm not sure how that would happen, because the second we would ever come in, they would say, we're not finished yet.
Okay, thanks for that answer, Director, and the clarification. Let's talk in question 125 of your pre-hearing questions and responses. The committee specifically referenced the increased minimum dollar value with the Coronavirus Support Emergency Act, changing the minimum value from 35% to 50%. And this was specifically something that I authored to try to increase the opportunities for SBs and CBEs during the pandemic. The department responded that while it believes increasing the minimum value has increased opportunities for CBEs, you all believe it has increased waiver requests as well. And so I'm not so sure that the numbers you provided back that up. But I wanted to get your perspective. In fiscal year 2019, the last full year before the act went into effect, there were 319 waiver requests, according to the department's prior responses. In fiscal year 2022, the number of waivers was 292. And assuming that the numbers that you all provided are accurate, would the department support increase in the minimum dollar value from 35% to 50% permanently for subcontracted CBEs for contracts of more than $250,000?
I think we'd have to look at which verticals where we think that would be the most possible. Look, I always want more money to go into the pockets of small business, and we know that 35% is the minimum, and people can always spend more. I think it's an interesting contemplation of, how high can we go, right? Because as long as we continue to push the envelope, then we're moving it in the right direction.
All right, is that something that the executive has discussed that you are open to share? I know I've given thought to this, and I would really like to get you all's insights into what that looks like. If there are areas where you see it works well in conversations perhaps you've had with the Office of Contract and Procurement, I would like to get some insights, if there are insights.
Right. I think that this is definitely a conversation worth having. I know that we're ahead of the many regions in the way that we mandate the spend through our law. I think construction is the easiest place, but there's probably other places where it would also make the most sense quickly. And then I think the other conversation is the places where it doesn't make sense quickly, what can we do to sort of move the needle in that direction? I'd be really interested in working with you on that, council member, because I think, obviously the more dollars we keep local, the better for our local economy.
I appreciate that. You all indicated in your pre-hearing answers to our questions that there's some instances where the department prioritizes certain firms that you monitor more often than quarterly. And it seems that might make sense, but I wanted to get your insights about what percentage of the contracts you are monitoring receive compliance or monitoring more than quarterly. Is that something that you measure?
I don't.
Specific standards or criteria that triggers monitoring more frequently than quarterly?
I don't think we have a written standard in terms of of what that threshold would be. Or might be interested in developing it. I think sometimes when things are bigger, we don't want to get too far behind on them, but we can certainly look into, the instances when that happens and, when that happens. I think the one instance where we would absolutely be monitoring more is in the occasion where there might be a corrective action or somebody, is, having issues with their reporting, then we usually try to move in a little bit closer.
Okay. Let's talk about the certification process. You all stated in your pre-hearing responses to our questions that the department had not received any formal complaints regarding the certification division in fiscal years 21 through 23. You all did also state that there have been comments related to the ease of the application process and user friendliness. So I want to give you an opportunity to expand on those comments. Do you all have a formal process whereby businesses can share comments with you and that the public can see what the past comments have been? Some process that gives some insights into how you all respond when you receive comments about the certification process?
So I can say that the overwhelming comments when we installed the first version of the DES, which was with certification, it was, an overwhelming sigh of relief because it allowed people to continue applications that were in process more than 30 days. It allowed people to see where they were in the process. It reduced the number of steps. So I think that we know more about how long the process takes and who's engaging in the process because of the DES. With regard to, feedback, we have a hotline and we have published emails, but where people can contact me or they can contact the manager of certification or my chief of staff, and they do. The biggest critique, and I think I mentioned this earlier, there are requirements that we need to collect, and sometimes that feels onerous for a potential CBE that's applying. And what I tell people often, and in a slightly joking way, but it's really quite serious, which is that half of the population thinks that it is entirely too hard to become a CBE, and the other half of the population thinks that we're letting anyone become a CBE. We work really diligently to make sure that the businesses that do get certified meet the legal requirement, and we often find that when people have an application that takes longer than you might think that it should, many times that is due to deficient status and things that the agency is waiting for.
Thank you for that answer, Director. Let me ask about some of the work you all have been doing in terms of enforcement and compliance. You all have been conducting virtual site visits since the pandemic, since the onset of the pandemic. With the emergency ending when it did, have you all started to do any in-person site visits? If not, do you anticipate doing them soon?
We have done some in-person site visits. I will say that both the CBE, that the CBE community has really enjoyed the ability to be able to do virtual site visits, especially in this sort of ongoing uncertain time where people might not want to be meeting people at their, having extra people in their office. Last year we conducted over 1,300 spot checks and were able to, verify where people were and sort of walk through the office virtually with them. So I'm not certain that we would ever go back to a fully in-person process, but I will also say that when we get into a situation where there might be a complaint or a doubt, that invariably that does require an in-person visit, and that is something that we do without hesitation.
Thank you for that, Director. There were a number of items where we expect some follow-up, and so we look forward to receiving that from you all, both items that I raised, and I think a couple of items that my colleagues raised. I don't have additional questions at this time. Is there anything else that you would like to share for the record before we adjourn?
Yes, council member, I want to thank you for your ongoing leadership on this committee. We are excited to see you still as the chair in your at-large position. I want to double down and thank my amazing team who is working hard every day. And then last but certainly not least, I feel really lucky to be working under the leadership of Mayor Bowser. And I hope that we have conveyed the depth and the breadth of the work that we do for our small businesses here. And it's been my pleasure to sit before you today.
Thank you so much to you and your team. Thank you to all the public witnesses who signed up to testify today. We appreciate you taking your time out of your busy schedules and including those business owners who took time out of running their businesses to provide valuable testimony to the committee. This marks the end of today's performance oversight hearing, the committee's first, and I want to thank my team for the work that they put into this first hearing. Anyone who would like to submit testimony for either of today's agencies, they may do so via email before the record closes on February 10th at 5 p.m. The committee will convene next on Wednesday, February 15th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. to discuss the performance of the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, Events DC, as well as Destination DC. Members of the public have until 5 p.m. on Monday, February 13th to register to testify. The time is now 3:43 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember.